Yo, 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 everybody, what's going on? Start a little live, a little late tonight. If y'all can hear me clear, put one in the comments. If y'all can hear me clear, put one in the comments. If I'm not breaking up, if you can hear me clear, put one in the comments. Yeah, man, we got a great show tonight. We already did South Africa, we did East Africa. Now we back on West Africa. Jay Focus, what's up, Playboy? I know you in Kirk, Cape Verde right now. You in Cape Verde, bro. Join the live, man. Let us know how you feel in West Africa. You feeling it? You like it? Let us know. Oh yeah, let us know, man. Let us know. Let us know, man. Hey, hey, we gonna let y'all know we bringing the real, man. We want some people who, if you already been in West Africa, I want y'all to pull up tonight, join the live. I know Jay Focus, he in Cape Verde right now. Check out Jay Focus channel. Interesting, he be everywhere. Yeah, man. So I'm gonna tell y'all my experiences, but I want everybody else to bring their experiences in too. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, bad shit. Ooh, that's a good one. See, West Africa. I'm not really most experienced in West Africa. So I only went to Ghana and Ivory Coast so far. Ghana and Ivory Coast, and it's pretty close. And honestly, to me, I probably lean towards Ghana out of Ivory Coast, but they still think in Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast, they kind of swaggy. They way they dress is so amazing. You know what I'm saying? But I'll give it to Ghana, but a lot of Nigerian chicks in Ghana too. So you know what I'm saying? So that might play a part too. To every hood to Hollywood. This is the real you. Hey, that's what I'm talking about telling, bro. Be outside. We bringing the real for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So whoever, if you've been to West Africa before, you from West Africa, pull up. Because tonight we trying to talk about West Africa. The nightlife, investment, women, clubs, everything. Everything West Africa. So shit, I'm gonna start y'all off. Maybe I went to Accra maybe like with a year or 2 years ago. I went to Accra for like 1 month. I stayed on Oxford Street and East Lagoon and Oxford Street. Hey, shit, me too, bro, me too. But like from this year on out, this year I had to cut my vacation short. I was supposed to go to South Africa too, but I cut my vacation short because I had to invest. You know what I'm saying? Last year I had a big vacation, but I wasted a lot of money traveling. This year I had to invest in my apartment in Nairobi. So next year I'll be back to normal. I'll do a big vacation, but I might have to do like a little Colombia DR in between this before I come back to Africa next year. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing a little Colombia DR trip. You know, switch it up a little bit if I come back this way. But when I come back this way, I'm doing a real big trip. This year was kind of slow. Yo, 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 yo. There you go. Hey, Jess. Hey, we talking about West Africa, bro. Pull up. Hey, this your part of the world. You gotta pull up, bro. You gotta pull up. We talking about West Africa. Yeah, man. So when I was in Accra, I stayed at mainly Oxford Street and East Lagoon. And what I can say, yo, yo,
Yo,
yo, what's up, player?
what up, G? What
What's
up?
going on with you?
What up? What up?
Chilling, man. What's good?
What
What's
up?
good on these streets, man? Chilling, man. We talking about West Africa tonight, man. What you know?
I don't know nothing about Africa, but I'm like dying to get there, man. You know, we've been talking on the back end trying to get everything together as far as like, Nairobi, and because I know Nairobi is the first place I want to go, but I found out
Yeah,
that you can't have actually felonies to get into Kenya. So long story short, it
really?
looks. Yeah, I did some research on it, and they'll deny you a fucking visa if you have a felony conviction. I didn't know if you knew I had got in some trouble about 18 years ago type thing. So
I would try though. I would try, bro, because the visa process now, bro, they give it to you like instantly right away. Like you get it in like 24 hours now. A 5 year visa.
yeah, but if I have a felony, they can deny it though. You get what I'm saying? So it's
Uh,
kind of like
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I want to get it
yeah.
expunged anyway. So it's like kind of like two birds, one stone type thing. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
mad
but
about having to get it expunged. It's just the fact that I have to get it to even go. You know what I'm saying? So it's
all right.
kind of
I feel that's what's up. Yeah. But yeah, man, they got a question. Say, what's the play for Ghana? What's the best place to meet women? So my experience, Jesse lived there longer than me. He'll come on the panel and talk about his experience. But when I was there, it was peaceful, but it was real similar to America. It was real similar in like the as far as me and chicks in the club. But outside the club, it was Nigerian pros everywhere. I'm talking about in Africa, I never seen it like that. I'm talking like they be everywhere, bro. They be when you will leave the club, when you driving home in your taxi, on your Uber, they be everywhere. But you can pipeline and meet some chicks like that too. But in the club scene, for me, the bar was kind of like high. It was just like America. Because like as you know, in South Africa, it looks like America, but it's kind of cheaper unless you unless you go to the big boy clubs or you mess with the slay queens. But besides that, everything else is cheap in South Africa. When I was in Accra, it was to me it was almost the same prices as America. You know what I'm saying? It was like it wasn't cheap, bro. It wasn't cheap, bro,
I
at
heard that
all.
before. I know Austin Holloman was telling me like you gotta pretty much. It's so similar to America. You have to be doing better than the average American person to basically win in Ghana. Basically,
Yeah. Austin out here, we hang out a lot out here. So in Kenya, they treat Austin like he like a celebrity out here. You know what I'm saying? But then when you go to Accra, they treat you normal, bro. It's like I'm like, man, I could stay in Atlanta, I'll stay in Houston. I mean, it's cool. Don't get me wrong, it's cool. But as far as
it's
like
too
getting chicks out the club,
westernized.
like
It's too westernized,
it's
basically.
the and then it's like and then the American tourists that go out there, they get the real American tourists. They get the people who from Hollywood or like rich in the U.S. and they overpay for a house and just what I'm saying. So I got a guy in a homeboy and he said like after it got popular from that year with return, all the real estate is real expensive in Accra now. Like everything went up. So it's like everything's overpriced now, like real estate and a lot of stuff.
Okay.
But but I would say, but like how Jess told me, he be like, well, that's just Accra because Accra is like their New York City. So I want Jess to come in, but they say in Accra the prices drop down a lot on housing and everything else. But just Accra is like their New York City, so everything's overcharged in Accra. But I had a real good time though. It's real peaceful. The women they look just like American chicks, like exactly. But they had a good script club. Called Octopus Lounge. It was cool. It was cool. You know what I'm saying? And they was real thick up in there, bro. They was like, man, they was on the same level as like like Tanzania, South Africa. It was crazy in there. The octopus.
Right, but I mean,
Yeah,
you can't win there because you got to if you can win here, so I mean, it's still better than an average guy's lifestyle here, basically. You get what I'm saying? Like, you get me? Like,
yeah.
yeah,
Well, my experience in Accra, it's easy to win outside the clubs. The club was the real deal. Like the clubs was like, I felt like I was in America. It was it was cool, but I feel like everything I like when I seen it, it was like you see like dudes with money. The bottles wasn't cheap. It was like around the same prices. The chicks they wouldn't. If you say you're American, like they're like, all right, cool. Like you know what I'm saying? It's not really like a real like
they
big
not in.
deal.
You
Even
don't get
like
a celebrity treatment from basically
nah,
in.
even though I got more love from being American. I got more love in Kenya and South Africa. You wouldn't think. I know what people say about South Africa. They don't like other Africans, all that stuff. But when I was there, when they found out I was American, most of the time it was a few dudes that be like, "Nah, I'm from Johannesburg." Though I had like one dude like that, but he was like real heavy. But like most people was like, "Oh, you from America?" Whoop, whoop, whoop. And even Kenya too. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I get. But in Accra, I really didn't. It's peaceful, but I didn't really. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really get that like overwhelming, like, "Oh, you're American," all that stuff in Accra. I feel like it was just like America.
So basically, you
Yeah.
couldn't recommend anybody to go to Accra because it's just too westernized. That's basically what you're saying.
No,
Basically.
no, no. No, I wouldn't say that. I say it's peaceful. I say it's good to go, but I say go outside of Accra and check out other parts of Ghana because Jess he been there longer than me, so Jess can really break it down more than me. What's up, Jess?
What's going on, brothers? What's going on?
What's going
I'm
on?
glad you came, man. Because when we start talking about Ghana, I gotta have your opinion. Because you the most, you know the most. Anybody who I know who really hung out and lived in Ghana and had a girlfriend there and got a business there and just you know a lot. So yeah, I want to hear from you.
Yeah, so I mean I traveled to Ghana since like 2018 and I lived in Ghana from 2022 till 2024. Technically I still live there, but I'm going to start living there only a couple months out the year until they get this internet situation um straightened out. I was listening to what you were saying. A lot of stuff you were saying I pretty much agree with. Accra is pretty much like the New York City of Ghana. um
Yeah,
so what you were saying in terms of like showing love, like the women in Ghana, they'll rock with you, but if you looking for women that's gonna be like dealing with you just because you Black American or like treating you like a celebrity, like that, Ghana's not gonna really be the place for that, especially Accra, because it's a lot of US guys that come to Ghana, and it's a lot of UK guys that come to Ghana. So it's like the women in Accra are used to dealing with Black men from different countries. Like even some of the chicks I dealt with early on, like some of those chicks, one or two of those chicks, their exes were Black American guys. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like there's most other African countries, they don't really deal with Black American dudes like that. Like they're not used to Black American dudes being in their country and dating and stuff like that. As far as the prices, like most of the clubs that I've been to, the prices were a lot cheaper than the US. But then again, it depends on like what type of clubs you go in the US. Like, are you going to clubs in Alabama, like Montgomery and little
yeah,
midtown cities, or are you going to clubs like in Miami and Vegas? Because that's two different price points. Okay, hold on
yeah,
one
yeah.
moment.
All right. Yeah, yeah. He right though. He make a lot of sense. But will say let's say this though. I had a homeboy with me from Miami. He bought one of those African suits, the African suits they make for you. He said you should get one made too. I'm mad I didn't. He got one African suits made. They're like a suit, but it's like an African version of it. Man, when I say when he walked outside with that suit on, now they treated him like a celebrity. Like they were like, oh, you can get inside, or they were like, oh man, they was like, I saw that treatment. I was with him and I wasn't really dressed right. And in one club, they didn't want to let me in Accra, but my homeboy had on an African suit, and they was like, they would give him the royal treatment. So I would recommend brothers, if you go to Accra, get you that suit made. It's like a local suit, and they have a tailor made it. It's like an African suit. It's not
I
like
know
how our
how it
suits.
look. I seen it before. They pretty nice. Like they don't look like wonky like the whole, corny African suits. You know what I mean? Like they actually
Yeah,
like they kind of swaggy. You know what I'm saying? For sure, for sure, for
bro,
sure.
bro, my homeboy wore that suit, bro, and he got so much love. I'm like,
Yeah.
man, I wish I would have got it. It was too late because I think it takes like I was there for a month, but it takes like 4 days, 4 or 5 days for them to make it. So by the time I wanted one, it was too late. But next time I'm in Africa, I'm West Africa, I'm definitely getting one of those suits made. So Jess, how would you compare Accra to Ivory Coast?
So, I mean, they're very similar. Like I always say, the Akan tribe is the largest tribe in both of those countries. So the main difference is one has a French influence and another has an English influence. So in Accra, I mean, you can have fun in Accra and stuff like that, but the women are a little bit more conservative. And in Abidjan, the women are a little bit more liberal. You know what I mean? Like Ghanaian chicks. So let me say this: like y'all always talk about how Ethiopian chicks, they don't really give head and stuff like that. Like I remember
Yeah,
dealing with a Ethiopian chick, and she was giving like fake, like I call it fake head, like she'll wet her hand up and like you know what I'm saying? She'll
I had
she'll
it.
wet her hand and
Yep,
be,
yep.
rubbing it with your hand, like she ain't really
That's
using
Ethiopian for
monetary
you.
stuff
Yep,
like that. You know what I mean?
yep, yep.
Um,
Hmm.
so it's not that bad in Accra. But it's like, you know, a lot of the chicks don't really like giving head out there either. They'll do it though. They'll definitely do it. Like they don't give you that fake head like in Ethiopia with the hands and stuff. But
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the women that I've experienced in Abidjan, like they to me they pretty much on the same level as like Black American chicks in terms of like liberalism and freakiness. Like they be pretty much down for whatever
Well,
in the bedroom, from my experience. Whereas most Ghanaian chicks, like let's say, I mean, I'm not even saying I'm personally into this type of stuff. So let's say something like anal. Like most Ghanaian chicks ain't gonna do no anal. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah.
Whereas in
Yeah,
Yeah,
but for me,
it,
Abidjan,
it,
if that's
it
what
is
you into,
exceptions to every
they'll
rule
be with
though.
it. Say that again.
what you
It is
what you
it
saying?
is some exceptions to every rule though, basically. Like you'll
Oh,
be
of
able to
course, of
Yeah,
find.
course.
yeah. I mean, every country you go to, there's exceptions. You could go to a Arab country. Let's say you might go to Morocco, Qatar, something like that, and 99 out of every 100 chicks, they not having sex before marriage. But you might find that one chick that's like, okay, we could do it, but we got to keep it on the low. You know what I'm saying? She might be in disguise or something like that. So that's every country. But Ghana, the biggest thing financially about Ghana is like they have a lot of black foreigners that come to their country. Like matter of fact, they even have black people from like Norway that be coming out there because I met some black Norwegians out there on 1 December. You know what I'm saying? So it's black people from different Western countries that visit there, and you don't really have that too much in a lot of other African countries that I can really think of. And so that's why the
Yeah,
women, when they deal with American guys, they're more nonchalant with it. You know what I mean? Like it's not a. And then another thing
See,
is
I
a
don't
lot
like
of
that.
chicks, a lot of chicks in Ghana, like if they'll have sex before marriage, a lot of them they want a relationship before they have sex. So it's like it's not too much like one night stands and casual dating out there. It could happen, but I would say like 70 to 80%. And I noticed I remember talking to some younger Ghanaian chicks from Accra, like 20, 21, 22, and it was like, a lot of times they will prefer to go for a local guy because a lot of like Black Americans and Black UK, they just gonna have sex with them and leave type thing. You know what I mean? So I mean, you can still do your thing, but if you're looking for like, oh my God, I got an American guy type energy, like you're not really gonna get that in a cry. You know what I'm saying? Like they dealing with you off more genuineness. Like okay, I'm really attracted to this particular dude, or I really like this particular guy. It ain't gonna be no okay. Well, I'm gonna deal with him because he a Black American, or I'm gonna deal with him because he a white guy. And like one of my chicks, she's an influencer out there. She got a big Instagram following, and so she do get like Indian dudes in her DMs, like yo, I want smash. I'll pay you like 120 to smash, stuff like that. And it really depends on the chick, but a lot of chicks not going for the pay for play thing either, unless they're full pro. So you're not gonna get like a lot of regular chicks be like, yo, I'll give you 150 for the night type shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of chicks not gonna go for that either. So it's black and white. Like you could get your pros if you want to smash and have them overnight and you pay your money. Then you have your regular chicks. Well, most of the regular chicks, they pretty much like they'll rock with you if they like you genuinely, but a lot of times they want a relationship before they have sex. Like, and that's even like within like the local dudes, because you have local dudes with money too that may pop chicks off. And I talk to a lot of the local dudes with money, they be like, you know, a lot of times they'll deal with the Nigerian chicks because they could just throw them some money and get sex. Whereas like the Ghanaian chicks, the local Ghanaian chicks, they want some type of relation, even if they're a side chick. Like they'll be a side chick. Like, okay, you got a wife, cool. Well, just take care of this, and this, and we could rock and go out and stuff like that. But most of them, they're not gonna really smash. Like, okay, well, you're just gonna hit me this one night, and that's gonna be it, type thing. Like that's not really big in Ghana. Um, So yeah.
Yeah, I can believe when I was there. Honestly, when I was in Ghana, I mainly was talking to Nigerian chicks, to be honest, and I met a few Ghana chicks here and there, maybe a few, not much, but yeah, I can see that. I definitely see that. And the
It's a
best
lot
way
of
for me,
guys that say that though. It's a lot of guys
huh?
that say like, oh man. I say it's a lot of brothers that say that. Like some of the brothers from your group that have been in Ghana, like, oh man, I wasn't able to really uh smash no Ghanaian chicks while I was there, but they'd be like, okay, well, I got with a Liberian chick, or I got with a Nigerian chick, or I got with a chick from Ivory Coast. You know what I mean? Because a lot of the chicks from other West African countries are more down for like casual and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
All right, all right, all right, all right. So
Yo,
The internet cut out. I think that's
okay,
GMT.
GMT went out. He went out, or
Yeah,
is that okay?
he's on that
But
Ghana
yeah, man.
Wi-Fi. Long story short.
So I would say this, man. Ghana's cool, man. You could have fun. You could do your thing in Ghana, but as far as like the actual Ghanaian chicks, I mean, you're not really. It can happen. You can have a one night stand with a Ghanaian chick.
So I
You can
got a
have fun with a
question.
Ghanaian chick. Yeah.
What's your personal opinion on pay for play?
I'm not against pay per play, but I don't really engage in it. Like if I'm gonna do pay for play, I'm gonna do pay for play for a chick that's bad. Like she need to be a 7, 8, 9, or 10, and then she need to be very skilled in the bedroom. If I'm gonna do it, like out there, I don't really think I don't really think a lot of the pay for play situations in Africa really be like. Well, I put it like this: I've been to Colombia. I've dealt with, I've been to Colombia. I've been to, I've dealt with certain, professionals in the U.S. So I know the level in terms of in the bedroom, and I don't think the professionals in a lot of these African countries are really on that level. Like in Colombia, if you paying like at a spot like like a brothel or something like that, or a quote unquote strip club, their skill level is gonna be like real high. You know what I'm saying? Whereas in Ghana and a lot of these African countries, the women are like, how can I say, renegades. You get what I'm saying? Like they just kind of doing their own thing. Whereas in like Colombia or the US, like you have more professional pros, meaning like they take their ability to please their customers like seriously. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you mean because in Africa, the pros they be having like an attitude. They're not like Latin girls. Like Latin chick will still be like fun
Right.
and she'll pretend like she's into you and just out here you can tell their soul is kind of off. Your energy is and everyone in Africa like the pros like their energy is kind of off a little bit. So I know exactly what you mean.
Exactly. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah. So but I always say with Ivory Coast, if it didn't cost so much there and they spoke English, that would probably be my number one in Africa.
Which country?
Ivory Coast, Abidjan.
Oh, okay, okay. Now that's one thing I will say about pros in Africa as well. I don't know about the other countries, but I know in Ghana and Ivory Coast, I personally think that the pros out there charge way too much. Like some of these pros be charging American prices. You see what I'm saying? Like if you trying to get like a real upscale pro, you know what I mean, in like the nice areas. I think it's zone 6 in Abidjan or something like that. Um and like let's say East Legon in Ghana, like some of the upscale pros definitely charge like $100, $200, $300 type situation. But also a lot of them do like, so if you pay that amount, it's gonna be overnight. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't really. I haven't heard any of them really saying like, oh, this is for the hour. Usually it's overnight. for like a couple hundred or 100 and something. So
All right, that's cool. That's cool. So in Ivory Coast, did you look at any like property, real estate, and like business or anything like that?
no, I really was just out there to have fun. Plus,
Oh, all right, cool.
it is kind of hard to get around because I only knew one person that spoke English, and that was my neighbor. Because my neighbor at the apartment complex that I have, and I still have this apartment in Ghana. Um, he's from Ivory Coast. He's in Ghana studying at the university, and so I went out there with him for like a week. Um, so I was just trying to like for me when I go to a country, I normally try to do like a reconnaissance mission first, and just trying to kind of get a lay of the land. You know what I mean? And then if I like it on that second trip, I'll kind of like dive deep. Like, okay, let me look at the real estate. Let me look at the business opportunities, stuff like that. So
All right, all right. This young brother right here say he had Nigerian girlfriend. She was cool people's bad as fuck. I don't understand. But people hate Nigerians. Nigerians cool. Nigerians they cool though. They cool. They real cool. But I want to go to. I was thinking about going to Nigeria one time, but that visa process. That visa process seems like it's hard. I know a few dudes who went, and everybody who went, they told me some dudes. I know some dudes who missed their flight because they couldn't get a visa, and I know one dude who got his visa the last minute. So I heard that visa to go to Nigeria is real hard.
yeah, so I don't hate Nigerians, but from my experience from Nigerians, I'm saying in particular Nigerian women is that they are very similar to like Black American women. And when I say that, like the bad qualities of Black American women, um, it's kind of precedent in a lot of the
Money
Nigerian chicks that
hungry,
I've dealt with.
super money hungry type shit.
I'm gonna be honest with you, like Nigerian women take that money hungry stuff to another level. I don't think I haven't met another group of women that was more money hungry than Nigerian women. And when I say Nigerian women, I would say specifically Igbo women. Like that's specifically the tribe that's like they're kind of like the Jews of Nigeria. And I'm not saying nothing against Jews, but money is a big part of the Jewish culture. Like even in the Torah, it's a lot of financial laws. Somebody has an echo. It's a lot of financial laws in the Torah, and so like Igbo women, Igbo people in general, like they're big on business and money, and it's like the women out there, bro. Like even you said this on another show, GMT. Um, you said this on another show that when your boy, he's a content creator, went out to Nigeria, all of the women he tried to get with, they wanted money.
Well, yep. I don't want to say his name, but he's a real big YouTuber, and he was in Africa the same time as me, and he said, yeah, man, that was the only. He said that was the only place he went where he like all the chicks wanted money. Like in Kenya, he had regular chicks. South Africa, he had regular chicks, but in Nigeria was the only place where every chick wanted money. And they said even the local dudes, they said they pretend like they have to be like them a little bit, and they'll lower the price or whatever. But even they gotta pay.
So it's like I talked to a young Nigerian chick that lived in Ghana, and she was like, Ghanaian women are cheap because they'll have sex with you without money. So
Oh,
it's like she was
yeah.
dissing the Ghanaian chicks because they if they genuinely like a dude, they'll have sex with him, and it's like in her culture, like it doesn't make sense to have sex with a guy like without making them pay for it. So that's kind of the vibe that I've gotten from Nigerian chicks, like in Nigeria. I'll say that when I went, I was talking to a couple chicks from Afro Introductions, so I already had pipeline before going there, and they didn't really hit me up for any money like that to have sex, but they did like ask for money like later on down the line type situation. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Yeah, when I was in Ivory Coast, I met a chick that was half um Benin and half Nigerian, and she was beautiful and she was great regular. She wasn't on that money stuff either. She wasn't on that. She was a great regular chick. But she wanted a relationship though. And then when you're in a relationship, you got to pay for everything too. But she wasn't. What I'm saying, that was the only one. But she was half Nigerian though. But she was from Benin though. She was beautiful.
Yeah. But Ivory Coast, man, like if you could learn French, Ivory Coast is. I think Ivory Coast is very similar to let's say Abidjan is very similar to like Kenya or Nairobi rather. Because the women, they're a lot more liberal. So there's more women out there that's down for like one night stand, like casual situation. The city out there is very modern. It's almost like the way it looks is similar to New York. Like it's surrounded by water. They have a lot of skyscrapers out there in Abidjan. You know what I mean? So that's probably more similar to New York City than Accra is. You know what I mean? Because it's more liberal, like New York City. The way the buildings, the type of buildings, and infrastructure that they have. Um, so if you could learn French, that's really from what I've seen, that's probably like the only downside. Like if you're looking to have fun, like I would say Abidjan over Accra if you're looking to have casual relations. Uh, mute the other guy real quick.
All right, let me see.
Is
Let me
that
see. All
me?
right,
Is that me?
we're
Is that
gonna
me
try. We're
or
gonna see who. We're gonna try to figure out
Yeah,
who it
mute
is.
yourself.
All right.
Yo. Yeah, so that was him. He had the static because I don't
Oh yeah,
hear it anymore.
he already muted himself. So yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
you know what? I'm gonna
So
come back in GMT in a little bit, okay?
All right, for sure.
Yeah.
so yeah, that's really the main differences between Abidjan, which is the major city in Ivory Coast, and Accra, which is the capital of Ghana. One is a lot more liberal. Like I even met a Rwandan chick that lived in Ghana and is now living in Ivory Coast, and she said that she preferred Ivory Coast because she could wear her Daisy Duke shorts without any problems. Cause like in Ghana, like in Accra, like people would tell you about yourself. Like if a chick is wearing provocative clothing, like basically dressing like a hooker, like she revealing a lot of skin, like people like random people would tell you about yourself. Or like
Oh
I
yeah.
never forget my first day moving to Accra, we went to the mall and they had these Nigerian lesbians. And when I tell you, brother, like everybody that came out the mall and saw the two Nigerian lesbian chicks together, like they were sucking their teeth at them, calling them names, disgrace and all this type of stuff. So like that's what I mean. Like when I said Ghana's conservative, that don't mean that they don't have women that'll be like down for certain stuff, but like certain stuff they don't allow in public. You know what I mean? Like in the U.S. we're more westernized and liberal. So like if we see two lesbians, in the most cases we're not gonna say nothing. We just keep moving. But in Ghana, like if they see two lesbians or two homosexuals, like a lot of people going to like talk stuff about them. You know what I mean? In public.
Yeah, I believe it because I had a homegirl out there in Ghana, and she said she wouldn't wear the bikini to the beach. She let people talk about me, but she said she'll wear it at a resort, but she wouldn't wear it on the beach because they say everybody know everybody. They're gonna be talking bad up to her and talking down to her and stuff.
Yeah, they don't really wear bikinis to the beach like out there like that because of the conservative the conservative culture. Now as far as for me, I feel like overall Ghana is the best country because in a lot of West African countries, it's a lot of bad business policies. So like a lot of West African countries, and this African countries in general, West Africa, East Africa, like you have to pay like $100,000, $250,000, a million or more dollars to start a business in some of these African countries. Um, Whereas in Ghana, the price is a lot cheaper, and it's even really, really cheap if you could get citizenship or if you have a citizen of Ghana that you trust that you can put your business in. And Anthony said, in terms of business, I would recommend Ghana, especially in the real estate game. My uncle colleague has sold 10 million USD in properties in 2 years. Yeah, I agree with that. The business, doing business in Ghana is kind of tricky as well, especially real estate, but you can do it. Like there's ways around some of the stuff that they put in place to kind of make it a little bit more difficult for foreigners to do business out there. Because right now, to open a business in Ghana, you need to have 250,000 to 500,000 capital. But there's certain ways around it that people do, and the main thing is if you have citizenship, it only costs like $50 to $100 to start a business in Ghana. But if you're a foreigner, it's like 250,000 to 500,000. But like I say, there's ways around it, that you can work with locals to kind of do ways around it. Let's see. Crypto chick said Nigerian lesbians. I find that hard to believe. Homosexuality is illegal in Nigeria. So homosexuality is illegal in a lot of African countries, but there's still people that engage in it on the low. And the thing about Nigerians that I've noticed is they're kind of like Black Americans in the sense of like, they'll do stuff like out in the public, like they're bold. That's what I'll say. Like you'll have Nigerian lesbians or homosexuals in Ghana, and they'll just be out like hugged up and stuff like that out in public. And the local Ghanaians, um, they'll be doing that out there in a public. Like the local Nigerians will be doing it out there in public. Was I going there to be a polygamist? Well, I am a polygamist. Technically, I am a polygamist, but I wasn't going out there specifically to be a polygamist. So yeah, you back?
All right. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, Kenya. I lost power, so now I'm running the Wi-Fi off my other cell phone now.
Oh damn. How's the power situation out there?
Um, it's so random. Like you may go like it may happen like twice a week, but usually it's in the morning.
Mm,
Usually it's in the morning, but this right here is the first time I ever lost power late night. But usually I'm out. It's usually like it's clubbing hours. So they figure people clubbing, so they can knock it off a few hours now. But this is probably the first time in 2 months I've been here that I've seen power go out late night. Usually it goes off early in the morning for like 2 or 3 hours.
okay.
So that's but most of the time it's real good. And then
Okay.
all you gotta do is you can hotspot your cell phone, and the internet works real good. Because that's what I'm doing right now. I'm using my local cell phone, and you can just put like $2 on your internet, and it'll hold you. You get like 1 gigabyte or something. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, and that'll be all right. But yeah, so like the internet it's power is usually on all the time, but I say like maybe like twice a week, and it usually goes off like early in the morning for like go off for like 3 hours, like twice a week. This is the first time since I've been here it went off late night.
So that's one of the main reasons I'm gonna probably switch over to Kenya and just like bring out Ghanaian chicks to Kenya, or go to Ghana maybe a month out the year or something like that, is because of the internet situation. So Starlink, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Starlink, but it's a satellite based internet company by Elon Musk. And so with Starlink, you can use that internet anywhere in the world. The only caveat is if you're using it in a country where they don't have a license to operate, they will shut it down within 60 days of you being in that country until you can until you get back in a country where they have a license to operate. So right now, Kenya is one of the African countries that uh, Starlink has a license to operate, but the main competitor is a Kenyan company called Safaricom, and they're trying to get Starlink kicked out of the country because Starlink is offering cheaper prices for higher internet speeds. And so Ghana was supposed to have Starlink back in June, but it's still not available in Ghana. So I'm like, I'm gonna just head over to Kenya because all the countries that I'm gonna be living in, which I've been back and forth, Colombia and Kenya is gonna be my next country, and my third country is gonna be Malaysia. So Starlink is available in all three of those countries. So I recommend when you get back to the States, man, looking at Starlink and when you travel, you can just use that. You know what I mean? If you need it for certain stuff, you know what I mean. For me, I would need it for like my business, and so yeah.
It's funny you say that. We just got Wi-Fi on ships because we were supposed to get it like 3 years ago, but this last year we just started getting Wi-Fi on ships, and we all got Starlink. So
Okay,
at
nice, nice.
sea, at sea, back in the old days, we have to watch DVDs and just do email and stuff, and that's it. Now, man, like I'll be in a ship and I got Wi-Fi, so I'll be sometimes I'll be doing a live this like this year, no, early this year and late last year, I was on my ship doing live. People didn't even know I was like on my ship doing lives, just trying to keep my channel alive because I really wasn't traveling. I was in the middle of the ocean, but I get on live for like an hour and stuff just to try to keep my channel alive because I was working.
That's what's up. That's what's up. So I'm gonna be trying that. I'm gonna be using that in every country I go to because you could just all you have to do is when you go to a different country, you just if you there I think it's if you there in 90 days, you have to switch to the country. You have to sign up through that country. So basically, let's say if you're in the US and Starlink costs like 200 a month. Let's say if I go to Kenya, I can use it for 90 days, but after 90 days, they're gonna make me signed up through Kenya, which is which I'm gonna do it anyway because when you go to the different countries, it's gonna be a lot cheaper than the US. So like Kenya, I think it's only like $50 or $60 a month for Starlink, and I think it's about the same for Colombia. You know what I mean? Versus in the US, it's like $200 a month.
All right, all right. We got Layla on here, and she's saying Starlink is available in Ghana right now. They just started operating 2 days ago. Is that true, Jess?
Well, I don't know. She said 2 days ago, so I haven't been in Ghana since April.
All right, all
But
right.
I checked
Yeah.
I checked last week and they said it wasn't available. So if she said they started 2 days ago, then she might be correct. Um
All right, all right. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. Somebody else is saying he said yes, Starlink is in
I s-
Ghana right now. We got to look into that.
okay, so they telling me look, they telling me stuff that I don't know because I haven't been there since April and I've been focused on like Colombia, Kenya, Malaysia. So, these might be some new developments that I don't know about. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So shout out to
yeah, man.
them for keeping me up to
Come
date.
to Kenya, man. Go ahead. Yeah, man.
Now
Come,
you
come
go
to
ahead.
Kenya, man. I said come to Kenya, man. We want y'all here, man. A lot of people come out here now trying to invest because I got a trusted realtor that you can get you an apartment for 35,000. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't
Yo,
got to be
I
here.
think
And I
we
got
have
the
the
lawyer too.
same realtor, bro. I think we have
Oh
the
yeah, yeah.
same realtor in Kenya
I think
because
I think I think a lot of people got. I think a lot of people got my realtor now. A lot of people. I think like she booming. She booming right
because
now, bro.
I don't
Everybody
I
hitting
don't
her up.
even I don't even know how I found her on Instagram, but I found her on Instagram some type of way. I don't know. I don't know, but I noticed that we mutual friends, so I'm figuring that's the same one. Is it Sadia?
Yep, yep. That's her.
Okay, okay. So I'm gonna rock with her. That's a nice apartment in Kilmani for 35,000. I want that. So she hit me up yesterday and we gonna talk.
And in case you've never been to Nairobi before, Kilimani is the equivalent of East Lagoon in Accra.
Yeah, that's why I want to be. That's why I want to be.
It's like the no, I'm saying it's the upscale suburb. It's a little bit of foot traffic, not too much, and all your big clubs are in Kilimani. Big clubs and stuff. The local spots, the big spots are in Kilimani. The Westlands is just more centralized. My place is in the Westlands, so it's just like the most like centralized area. But Kilimani is like the like East Lagoon pretty much. So you know what Accra, it's pretty much like East Lagoon.
East Lagoon. Okay, okay. I like East Lagoon. That's a nice neighborhood. So I remember you talking about Kilmani over the years. So I'm like, okay. this might be a good like neighborhood for me to kind of start out and get a starter apartment. Because the property, it might be the same property, but I think it's a 2 or 3 bedroom for 35,000, and it'll be finished in 2026.
All right, get on it, bro. Because I feel like in another 5 years, Nairobi price is gonna jump.
Now that's another thing I like about Kenya over Ghana is that they have a lot cheaper real estate prices. Like I would say the top 3 countries for real estate outside of Egypt to me is Kenya, South Africa, and Nigeria. Even Nigeria has a lot cheaper prices than Ghana. Now you can find places with cheap prices in Ghana, but you have to really look for it. You know what I mean? Like you have to like get some people on the ground. You know what I mean to help you out. Because the thing about Accra is because they have so many like expats from the U.S. and UK and Norway, like black people from those 3 countries that come there, like they give a lot of obroni prices, what we call them. You know what I'm saying? That's like
All right,
gringo.
all right,
That's like the an N word for gringo almost. So they give a lot of
all right.
obroni prices for for a lot of stuff. So that's the that's kind of like the drawback in terms of that.
Also, I'm like, oh man, I'm shocked to hear that this deals in Nigeria because I would think Nigeria wouldn't be cheap. I would think it would be
Nah,
like
bro.
price would be really high in Nigeria
Like
too.
like Lagos is like you could get price the same type of prices you get in Nairobi. You could get those same prices in Lagos. You know what I mean? Like I don't know about Abuja. That's the new capital of the guy in the comment said Abuja is 3 times higher than Kenya. I don't know about Abuja. I know about Lagos, which that's the I think Lagos is like the largest city in Africa or one of the largest cities in Africa. Like it's stupid congested out there. But you could get like, $35,000 apartment, 50,000, 75,000 luxury apartments and stuff like that out there in Lagos. Like I follow a few realtors in Lagos, and the prices are real reasonable.
All right, I appreciate it. That's good. This guy right here who's asking who's my realtor, just go on my Instagram, GMT underscore travel life, and my last post is her Instagram. So if you go on my Instagram, you can find her. Go to GMT underscore travel life, and her name is right there. This guy Carlos said, I remember you said you were going to marry 3 women at the same time, and you want to be with them under the same roof as you, right? So you're gonna marry
So
3 women, right? Jess.
yeah. So let me see. I had 3. I'm down to 2 right now. But we went from 3 under the same roof, then we went to 2 under the same roof, and now we have 2 that's in different locations. So now, like, my thing now is under the same roof was cool. I mean, it wasn't as bad as guys make it out to be, but I think in the future, like the way I'm gonna set it up is wherever I'm gonna have all my women at one time, all my wives, I'm gonna buy a property, and like I'm gonna build like a property on land. Like they each have their own house, but it'd be all on the same property. You know what I mean? So I think I want to do
All
like
right,
a I can't think of the term right now, but like a nice piece of land, and they'll each have their own house on the land.
I got you because I mean, from because somebody like you, you got into polygamy and you a real professional guy. What have you learned on your journey? Like, what have you learned? Like, just trying to deal with 3 and 2 women at the same time and on a serious level. Like, what you think
So the
something that you
biggest
learned that
thing,
the average person that yeah.
what I learned is like you have to treat each woman differently. Meaning, like each woman have a different like love language, or how can I say, like they have a different thing that they require. That's like their primary thing. Like some women, like as long as they have a certain amount of money, they good. Other women, as long as they have a certain amount of, as long as you hitting it right, you know what I mean, she's good. Or another woman,
Yeah.
it might be like as long as you spend that time with her, you have to figure out like what is that thing that's her primary love language that's gonna keep her like wanting to stay in that relationship. Because a lot of guys make the mistake of thinking like, okay, well I give if I give all of these women this amount of money, then they all gonna stay. But you gotta realize not every woman is motivated by the same thing. Some women they want money, some women they may want intimacy and personal time with you. Some women they may want great sex from you. Like every you just got to figure out what is the thing that make each woman tick. You know what I mean? Because you might have a chick like okay, as long as the bills paid, she cool. Like you could make this chick have 3 4 orgasms and it ain't really like it's she enjoys it, but it's not really a big deal for her because she's not like her thing isn't sex. That's not the thing that she values. It may be like money and security. And so
I
when you
yeah.
dealing with multiple women, just try to figure out like, okay, each woman, what is the thing that she values the most that's gonna make her want to stay in a relationship and not only stay in a relationship, but behave within that relationship. Like she's not out here acting all crazy and acting a fool. So that's the main thing I learned.
Oh, that makes a whole lot of sense. I'm gonna read some of these comments real quick. He said I fuck with GMT and National Joe interview the other day. Insightful. Yeah, man. I was. Sometimes you meet big YouTubers, you think they're gonna be one way or another, man. But he was really a cool, down to earth dude, man. I was glad I met him before he left, man. He definitely coming back to Kenya. We gonna link up again too. Layla says the real estate shot up because of expats. It's gonna happen to Kenya soon at the speed. But which foreigners are selling there? It's best to buy your property now in Kenya. You definitely right. Definitely right, Layla. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I had a local I already said it before, but I had a local Ghana dude that works with me. Like he works on ships with me, and he told me he was like, yeah, the prices went up because of the the foreigners. Super chat. Who putting brothers on
Yeah,
been
and
studying
and
Africa.
look, like okay, go ahead.
No, no, you go ahead.
No, I was just
No, you
gonna
go ahead,
say
Jess.
that another thing too, is everything in Ghana is pretty much negotiable. So just because they give you a crazy price, don't mean you can't negotiate them down to a reasonable price. Because uh, I had a 3 bedroom house. It was a big house, and it was in the suburbs of Accra. Trying to think of the name. Sure, I can't think of it right now, but it was in the suburbs of Accra, and the dude, the price the owner first gave me was for like 800 a month. You know what I mean? Which
Yeah,
that wouldn't even be that bad, compared to U.S. prices. But to me, that's expensive for Ghana prices, and I was able to negotiate them down from 800 a month down to 300 a month. And I had a 3 bedroom, big house. They also had a shack guard. Like if you want to, a lot of the houses out here they have like shack guards or boys' quarters, where if you want to hire a 24-hour security, you can hire your own security personnel, and they can sleep in those little. It kind of like little guest houses or whatever. You know what I mean? So
that,
everything is pretty much negotiable. And what they do is like if they know you're a foreigner, they're gonna put the highest amount out there, and they're gonna expect you to negotiate. It's not like the U.S. where it's like um they they pretty much set, or it's like a small percentage that you could get down from there. You can really negotiate just about anything out there. So I just want to let that be known.
that's crazy, bro. You negotiate from 800 to 300. That's crazy.
Yep.
I'm gonna read the super chat right here. For putting brothers on. Been studying Africa for 10 years, and now I'm glad you are shedding the bread of light of it here, and Americans giving up the game. Yeah, man. Osiris Child 360. Yeah, man. I'm trying, man, because I feel like a lot of people give information about Africa just one sided. We just try to be more well rounded, being honest. I'm saying a lot of my buddies, we love Africa, but we love different countries for different reasons. And it's good just to get everybody just to talk it out. I'm saying we can learn from each other, learn what's best for you, what's best for us. But yeah, I'm trying to get. I've got his name. I got another brother in my group. He built his house in Ghana. He got a big compound, and he's building a second one. I can't think of his name, but he's in my group. I want to interview him one day.
Yeah, I know
I
you
can't
talking
think of his
about.
name.
He's in Kumasi. That's
Kumasi. All
like the
right.
next biggest. That's like the next biggest city in Ghana. So
All
so
right. So
the
go ahead.
prices that
Yeah.
he get out in Kumasi, it's even cheaper than the prices in Accra. You know what I mean? Like it's
All right.
I don't know the exact percentage, but the prices in Kumasi is probably 50% cheaper or even more than the prices in Accra.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So how far is that from Accra, Kumasi?
Um, it's a nice ways. I think it's like 8 to 10 hours or something like that.
Jeez.
Let me
Well,
see.
you got
Yeah, I might have to
do
look
you
it up.
people
And I think that's
do
a
people
drive.
say do people usually drive or fly or how are the roads? Because like some places they're real hilly or bad roads. If the roads are nice, I would mind like taking a bus there, but I don't want to go like I took the bus from Johannesburg to Durban. It was nice roads, but it was real hilly. It was real hilly. Some of these countries, you leave the good roads in the city, it gets real bad. So like you think the roads are like good roads? Or what you think?
It's a mix to be honest with you, because it's like the highways and stuff in Ghana, a lot of them are new, so it's pretty good. But once you get into like certain neighborhoods and stuff, the quality goes down for sure. Um, I think Abidjan had better roads than Ghana did, or Accra. Um, so yeah, like the thing about Accra is they have a lot of construction stuff going on. Like they building new roads and different type of bridges and stuff like all around to connect parts of Accra and other parts of the country. Um, so yeah, the roads outside of like let's say certain highways and stuff, the roads are pretty bad. Like some parts of Accra, like it's just dirt roads. You know what I mean? It's not paved.
All right, that's crazy. That's crazy. So are you planning to visit any more countries in West Africa?
Yeah. So I want to go to Senegal and Gambia, but so far I've been to Ghana, of course, which I lived there since 2022. I've been to Ivory Coast. I've been to Togo. I've been to Nigeria, and I've been to another island country. I went there for like a little vacation. Trying to think of the name.
All right, can you tell us about Togo? What's Togo like? I never heard anybody who went there before.
Man, Togo is definitely the slowest country out of Ghana and Ivory Coast. It's definitely the slowest out of the three. It was cool. It's more like, to me, it's more like a Caribbean, vibe. They definitely have some thick women out there. I say that though, and but they have some thick women out there, bro. And it's an even smaller country than Ghana, but they speak French out there too. But it's like it's kind of like Ivory Coast, but it's less developed and it's more of a beach culture out there, kind of like Accra. Because Accra is a city, but it's a huge. Well, I say this: I think all of these West African cities kind of have a good beach culture because they all on the coast. You know what I mean? Like the city, like Lagos, Lomé, which is the capital of Togo, Accra is the capital of Ghana, and they all are kind of like real close to the beach. You know what I mean? So Togo was cool, but like if you look at them on the map, they're all like on that coast by the Gulf of Guinea, and you know they all off the water. So it's huge beach cultures in all these countries. But that's my thing. That's my view of Lomi. It's kind of like Ivory Coast, but it's less city like it's less developed. It's more like laid back beach culture. It kind of gives me like a Jamaica type vibes. Like it's like a safer Jamaica type thing. You know what I mean?
All right, cool. That's what's up. I definitely when I go back to West Africa, I'm gonna check out Gambia, go back to Ivory Coast, and maybe Senegal. Because Senegal for me, for Senegal, I just want to go to Senegal to see that black resistance statue. That statue just so powerful. I don't see it in person. Because I never seen like a black like empowerment like statue like that in my life. And I want to see like it would mean so much to see that. So that's one thing I want to do. Like I'm not a real big tourist person, but that's one thing I would love to see in real life.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that looks dope, man. That looks dope. Yeah, I like to
Matter of
see
fact,
how the people in Senegal is.
yeah,
I'd
it's a
like to
picture
see
in
how
the
the people
thumbnail.
in
Matter of fact,
Senegal are.
yeah, I
So
definitely check
so
it out
the
too.
so
Recently,
the
go ahead.
so the last place that I went to in West Africa, I think it's considered West Africa. But it's called Sao Tome and Principe Islands. Man, this place is dope, man. All the people here spoke Portuguese. You know what I mean? But
All
it's
right,
like
all right.
it's kind of like a similar to Cape Verde. You know what I mean? Like when I tell you they have some beautiful, like a lot of the women out there that I saw look just like Brazilian women. You know what I mean?
Really,
Thick, nice shape.
where at now? Where at?
I'm a type the country name because I'm
All
probably
right.
pronouncing it wrong. I'm gonna type it in the back in the chat. But it's like a cool little vacation destination. You know what I mean?
That's what's up. Yeah, cause my homeboy Jay Focus, he's in Cape Verde right now. He
Oh,
loved.
okay.
I'm waiting for. I want to interview him because he was in he just did like almost a year in East Africa and South Africa, and he bounced around the whole year. And I'm interested to get his differences between them all because like he just left here. Now he's over there. He experienced West Africa, so I really want to see how read some of his comments real quick. They said they need to cut you an Austin check for promoting Kenya. You guys doing an amazing job. Real talk. Yeah, man, I try, man. I'm trying to, what I'm saying? I love it out here. But I don't like to oversell Kenya. I just tell people I love it because it's well rounded and it has the best of both worlds. Out of every category, it scores from a 1 to a 3 in every category. Some places score like 1 right here, but it drops down to 6, 7. Other place, think about Kenya. Every category between 1 and 3. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I love Kenya. So I didn't know that you have to monthly rent in Accra. Those guys asking for you to pay a year up front. So yeah, I meant to ask you that. In Accra, you have to pay a year up front, or how was you paying your rent?
Okay, so this is the deal. Technically, it's illegal to ask for 1 to 2 years rent in Ghana. But the people still try to get it because, of course, anybody they would like to have their money up front. You know what I mean? If you're a realtor, I mean, if you're a property owner, you rent your stuff off to somebody. Most people will prefer like, okay, I just get all my money up front, then waiting every month for it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, yeah.
so it's not it's that's the most common way that people rent. Like they'll pay for it a year up front, 6 months up front, 3 months up front, 2 years up front. But it's all negotiable. You know what I mean? Like I remember there was a Ghanaian lady that lived in UK, and the realtor had told me about her property. It was a real nice property, but when we got to look at the property, she said she wanted 2 years up front. And so I had to, she wouldn't budge on that because she lives in the UK. So I guess she wanted to have as much money as possible to make it easier for her in living in the UK type situation. And so I had to walk away from that deal because she wanted 2 years up front. You know what I mean? So, but that's the most common, and it's not really legal to my understanding. It's just like, okay, they've been doing it for so long to, like when they pass a new law to stop certain stuff, it's gonna take a
Yeah.
while for people to kind of adjust and start following the law. Because it's like if you've been doing it this way for 20 years and now they come and change it, you know what I mean? They have to be able to enforce it and stuff like that. So that's really all it is.
That
But you
makes
can
sense.
negotiate. You can negotiate month to month. You can negotiate 3 months up front, 6 months up front. It's all a matter of how flexible the people you're negotiating with. So that's it.
That's cool. That's cool, man. Read some of these comments. Austin said on an interview that the Westerns is chaotic. What is chaotic about it exactly? Oh well, the Westerns is just the most concentrated area. It's not like your CBD, but it's your business area too. So a lot of people are going to work, leaving work. During the daytime, it's a little congested, but it's a lot. They have the most clubs in one area right there. The most clubs in one area, and like a lot of your early clubs, early spots are in the Westerns too. So I like the Westerns, but it is a little chaotic. But your first time in Nairobi, it's good to stay in the Westerns at least once before you. Most people like Kilimani better because you get better deals on your apartments and stuff. But it's not really that chaotic. Just I mean, when you lay here long term, you may get tired of a little bit. It says has anybody considered applying for a citizenship in what country? Have you, Jess, considered applying for citizenship? All right, I don't hear him. Spell how you spell the real Ten King. Just look on my Instagram, GMT underscore travel life, and it'll be right there. It'll be right there. Okay, some places want 3 months up front. All right, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, man. Anybody got anything else? You know what I'm saying? Come inside, join the live. Anybody else? Jess, you there? I can't hear you. But yeah, but I tell everybody about West Africa. It's cool. But the prices aren't really that cheap out there in West Africa. Keep it on topic. And I have one buddy who built his house on the outskirts of Ghana, not Accra. And I guess he probably is way cheaper than Accra because Accra isn't that cheap anymore. But yeah, man, you just gotta find out. In Ivory Coast, what's up, player? Join the live. Hey, talk about Nigeria. We want to know about Nigeria. This is my partner Willie right here, man. He went to Nigeria before. Come join the live. It's in the it's in the under join the live. Come join the live, bro. The links right there. It's pinned to the top. Come join the live, player. Tell us about Nigeria. This is my homeboy. He made it to Nigeria, but he had a hard time getting his visa. And I don't think I don't even think he went to he didn't go to Lagos. You went I forgot where you went at. Willie, join the live. The link's in the description. Join the live, player. Join the live. You can jump in. I went for you. And how you got your visa process and how you could Willie, he leaves South Africa. He loves South Africa, but he went to Nigeria once. So Willie, man, join the live, man. Is it cheaper to build or to buy? Of course, it's always cheaper to build. You know, it's always cheaper to build, always. But I want to build my real house here. I bought an investment property right now because my one bedroom is in the Westlands, but it's on the quiet side, and that's going to be more like an Airbnb, an investment property. So of course, my permanent residence, I'm going to get it built. Yeah, man. I'm telling everybody jump on it, bro. I'm telling everybody if you got a little bit of money saved up and you can afford to pay a little, put a down payment and pay like a the monthly payment for like 2 3 years, you'll own something. It'll be worth it. You know what I'm saying? This will be worth it. You invest now, bro. Nairobi's gonna be expensive in another three to
I
five
hope
years. It's
not.
gonna be expensive.
I hope not,
Huh?
bro. I said I hope that don't happen. I hope that don't happen. But
Yeah,
I'll say
I
this:
don't go ahead.
the advantage that Nairobi has from stopping that is you don't have a lot of you don't have nowhere near as many people from the diaspora moving to Nairobi. You know what I mean? Like you do have some people because I have a friend, a Kenyan friend that's been living in he grew up in UK and everything, but once he graduated college, he actually moved to Nairobi. He's been out there for about 4 or 5 years. Um, but when you think about it, Ghana has the largest uh, number of African Americans living in it has the largest number of African Americans outside of the US. So like the place where most African Americans go as far as expats, Ghana is number one. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
after
yeah.
that, it, it's it's
Yep.
uh, it's it's like Latin American countries that's like number two and three and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
You're right. You're right. He's definitely gonna save it. Yeah, it's not gonna be hard. For Willie, yes, you can join off your cell phone. I had to let him know real quick. You can join off your phone. Just click the link in the description and you can join. My homeboy, he went to Nigeria. But
But
yeah,
I think
what you were saying now?
I think Black Americans going to Kenya would definitely be cool. I mean, there's a few out there, but most of the Black Americans that go to Kenya, they really just going to visit a lot of times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. But even in I've been coming for like 5 years and it's been growing like every year. It's been growing every year, man. It's growing every year. So my homeboy right here asking GMT, would you suggest Diani Beach or I only been to Diani Beach before, you know what I'm saying? I only been to Diani Beach, and Diani Beach is it's the prettiest beach here, but it's pretty quiet. That's a place you want to go if you want to get lost or you take a chick with you. It's like only one or two clubs at nighttime, and it's all pros in there. You know what I'm saying? Like hardcore pros, not even like the semi Nairobi type chicks. You know what I'm saying? So Diani place is a place you take your chick with you for 1 or 2 days. Mombasa has a lot more going on, but Diani is just to relax and take your chick with you, or if you're trying to get away. You know what I'm saying? So I would recommend Diani, but just know what you're getting yourself into is real boring. It's real nice too, though. Yep, but yeah, man, was doing some research and they say, there we go, my homeboy Willie about to jump in right now. Oh no, not Willie. What's going on? Who just came in the building? Introduce yourself and what you want to say.
All right, this Willie, man.
Oh, what's up, Playboy? What's going on with you?
Nothing much, man. Give me about a few minutes. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do a proper one. Just give me a few minutes. I just came back in.
Oh, all right, no, take your time, take your time, take your time,
All
take
right,
your time, take your time.
this is my first time. This is my first time doing a live. So
Oh, you good, bro? You good, bro? Don't worry, we'll walk you through it. You'll be a pro by the time you leave.
all right, say less. Hold on, just 1 second. I'm gonna mute y'all
Oh
for a
yeah,
second.
Jess, I've got to tell you, I heard they relocated the UN headquarters to Nairobi, and from what I'm seeing, the expat community is growing fast in Kenya. I forgot, I heard about that on the news one time. I heard about the news that the UN headquarters just moved to Nairobi, and I think it's not gonna be immediately, but they're like it's the process. So that prices that's gonna affect a lot of things.
Okay. Well, I mean, Kenya is in a great location because Kenya is surrounded by a bunch of great East African countries. And not only that, but Kenya is on the tail end of the Belt and Road Initiative, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but that's a infrastructure and trade project that China started in 2013, where they're connecting China and a bunch of countries from China all the way down to Kenya as a part of like a this big BRICS trading and infrastructure development project. You know what I mean? It's like it's basically like the new Silk Road. So like if you're doing business in Kenya, you can kind of benefit off of that wave of trade and investment to deal with China and the BRICS, which is China, Brazil, India, Russia, and now it's going to be Iran, Ethiopia, Saudi Arabia have just joined and become members of BRICS as well. So like, it's a lot of like Kenya's in a perfect location. But let me stop talking about Kenya because we're supposed to be talking about West Africa, right? Ain't we supposed
West
to be talking
Africa,
about
yeah,
West
man.
Africa?
Hey, I'm waiting for Willie to drop that his story because
Okay,
he the one I told you about. He had the visa. He had a hard time getting his visa, but he ended up getting his visa and have a real good time.
okay,
And he
okay,
didn't go to Lagos. He went to Abuja, I think.
okay.
So so as soon as he gets settled in, he gonna tell us that story. But
So yeah, they do have. I will say this about Nigeria, man. They don't get it twisted. Nigeria does have some beautiful women out there. Um, they do have. They definitely have. But I feel like Nigerian women are the closest women in Africa to Black American women in terms of attitude, the way their mannerisms and stuff like that, as well as looks. You know what I mean? Like I heard you
yeah,
say earlier that Ghanaian women look like Black American women. They don't look like Black American women to me. Like, but I've been there longer, so like there's little nuances and stuff that I see that somebody that was there a shorter time probably not gonna pick up on. But Nigerian women, to me, like that's the closest to Black American women. You know what I mean?
All right, all
But
right,
but
all right.
I, but I
Yeah, man.
would say
Go ahead.
I'm gonna just say real quick, for me, Ghana is the best country in West Africa because it's the most well rounded, and they have a lot less scamming and stuff going on there. I mean, there's scamming and stuff that going all over Africa, but when you compare Ghana to like Nigeria, like Nigeria, a lot of the bad stuff that going on in Ghana, it's like 10 times worse in Nigeria. You know what I mean? And
All right, all
it's a
right,
lot
all
of
right.
crime in Nigeria.
Oh
Um,
yeah, I definitely heard about that. I definitely heard about the crime in Nigeria. Yeah.
and they speak English in Ghana. You know what I mean? They speak perfect English. Most people. Um, so it's a lot of things when you compare Ghana and Accra in particular to other places in West Africa that for me it would make it the best option overall.
All right, there you go. But I'm gonna break down my Abidjan story on here because I didn't think I told my Abidjan story tonight yet. But I went to Ivory Coast. He asked in Abidjan. Yep, Abidjan, Cote
Thank you,
d'Ivoire.
baby. I
That's in
appreciate it.
we call it Ivory Coast.
You said what?
But man, when I went there, I was there for almost 4 months.
Okay.
Somebody got some feedback. That's you. Somebody got some
That's
feedback.
Willie. That's Willie. Mute
That's
I'm
mute
sorry
Willie.
mute him
about
real
that.
quick.
This me, big dog. This Willie.
All right, that's what's up. Are you ready to tell your story, or I'm gonna talk about Ivory Coast? You ready?
Yeah. I'm ready to tell my story.
All right, man. Yeah, man. Tell us about Nigeria, about the visa process and your experience and everything. Because a lot of people interested in going to Nigeria, but like for me personally, I'm afraid because I heard the visa process is hard.
All right, so check this out. So, one, obviously, I came to Nigeria for a woman, and she hooked me up with a guy through immigration that is close to her family, right? And what it is that in America, if you do the visa process, you have to go to somewhere called a IOS. Okay, I forgot the abbreviation for it, but you have to go to either Washington or Atlanta, Georgia. When you go there, you have to schedule your appointment. If you don't schedule your appointment, you have to pay like $60 just to do a walk-in. Now, when you go to this appointment, they're going to give you a list of things that you need to apply for your application. So that way you won't pay no fees when you get to Nigeria. So I kind of messed up, my first go around, but I corrected it um, you know, throughout the process. But when I first went, I had to pay roughly around $150 for the a visa on arrival. Now, it's not necessary. It's difficult to explain. It's not really necessary visa on arrival than it is. But what they do is the immigration officer talked to a few people in the back, and they gave me a visa. I had to pay $150 for that visa. But the only stupid thing about it is that you can only do a one-time entry fee. So once you leave out the country, you can't come back in. You have to do a whole nother visa.
All right, all
And
right.
some of their rules are crazy, bro. Like when I first got there, and if it wasn't for this immigration officer, man, my experience would have been a lot different. So when I first came, I was told that I could not have nothing brand new in my luggage. Okay. Because what they do is that once your luggage and everything goes through the process in x-ray and everything, then they tell you to open your bag. So I don't I'm gonna say this right now. Nigeria is not for everybody. It's not, man, because it's a lot of things that are different compared to Kenya and South Africa, you know. And I feel like in the whole immigration, if you don't know nobody, they can really hem you up, you know, just for just little stupid stuff. You know what I'm saying? But if it wasn't for this immigration officer, my experience would have been a lot different. Something did happen to me when I had to go back to South Africa and then come back to Nigeria to fly back to America because I entered the country illegally. I was told that I had to pay $450, and I had to pay that $450 in order to leave Nigeria. No,
You
sorry,
mean you
in
mean
order to get into back into Nigeria.
just to take your flight back home?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, so when you came back to Nigeria, you didn't have to like you didn't stay there long. You stopped there just for your next flight.
Yeah, because I had some business to take care of in South Africa. So I went and seen my lady for 2 weeks here in Nigeria, and then I went and paid a ticket to South Africa, and I stayed there for like, yeah, 2 weeks. Then I had to go back to Nigeria to get my connecting flight back to America. And when I
That's
went back into Nigeria, and when I looked at my passport, right, I didn't realize it was a one entry because they give you 30 days here in Nigeria when you go through the process. And I was like, what? So I don't have multiple entries. And it was like, no, this is only a one-time entry. So I was unaware of it. I didn't, take my time just to look at everything. And they charged me $450, man.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And see
Yeah.
stuff
And
like that
so,
made me. Yeah. Go ahead.
yeah. So I want to tell this to everybody, man. Like, West Africa is different than East Africa, man. And there's a lot of things that you just gonna have to go through just in order to get in here. But I'm gonna tell you this now: the people are cool. Nigerians are cool. It's a whole vibe over here. I mean, of course, I'm married to a Nigerian now, so you know it'll be a little bit easier for me in the future because I will get something called a special visa. So I will get a Niger wife. I mean, it's not Niger wife, Niger husband card. So it'll be a lot easier for me to enter the country than being single.
Yo,
Oh,
congratulations,
oh,
brother.
oh,
Congratulations.
oh, you got married in Nigeria? Really?
Yeah, I just got married yesterday, bro.
Word, congratulations, bro. I didn't even know that. Man,
Yeah,
congratulations,
I
bro.
yeah, I didn't post it. I ain't posted in the group yet. But it's on Instagram and everything. I'll post it on YouTube later on because I still gotta catch up on all my experience that I had in South Africa all the way up until Nigeria.
Yo, so this is the same brother that goes to South Africa a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
Willie.
So you
yeah. I go to
used
South
to have
Africa a
the
lot.
like the traditional garb on and stuff like that a couple years ago.
Say- Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I don't know if
okay.
you've seen a video of me when I went to a Zulu wedding and I went to East Swatini, aka Swaziland.
So,
Yeah, yeah.
bro,
I think I seen some pictures of like you in the traditional like Zulu attire, or what have you.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Now I said I didn't see the video, but I think I seen you a couple years ago in some Zulu attire. Cause I'm not I used to be in Gucci's group, but I'm not in the group anymore. I left a whole bunch of travel groups once I moved and stuff like that. So, but I'm still in contact with different people from the group and stuff like that. But I just left a bunch of travel groups.
Okay, yeah, my actually one of my videos went viral. I was with a light skinned chick at the time. She was Swati, and then he ended up posting it on his group, Facebook channel, not Facebook channel, his YouTube channel. I don't know if you're aware of Philip Scott.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he posted my video on his channel.
Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up, brother.
so
What, so what?
I was wondering, Willie.
I want to hear. I just want to say real quick, man. I want to hear more about what you think about Nigeria. Like, have you been to Lagos yet? And in general, like, what do you think about the country? Like the different cities you've been to, and like the quote unquote dating scene out there in Nigeria.
Okay, so okay, I'm gonna talk about Nigeria in a whole for a second. So, me personally, I think Nigeria has something special, and it's a lot of money here. But I feel like the Nigerians, the people who make it, are not in. It's not in droves. Like, it's not a lot of Nigerians actually putting money into the country like that. At least I don't see it like that. Now there are some that are trying to come back, give back to Nigeria. But I feel like when a real Nigerian makes it in UK, US, or anywhere else, Dubai, then they tend to just make it there and they ball in there. But they don't tend to bring it back here. At least I don't see a lot of that just quite yet, because even if you look on YouTube, you don't see a lot of content on YouTube about Nigeria like that, because the all the fears of that you're going to get scammed, or you're going to get killed, or you're going to get this and that and the third. But to be quite honest, man, if you're not really flashy, if you just blend into your environment, Nigeria is not bad. As far as infrastructure wise, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, South Africa is what it is. I've never been to Kenya, so I can't speak for Kenya, but there are some dope places here in Nigeria. It's just I wish they would have some type of structure or some type of law, you know, because I feel like Nigeria is lawless, when it comes to different codes and stuff like that. Like, I've been inside some of their apartments, bro. Their apartments, Nigeria has a unique um they have a unique build about them, a real flashy and classy, unique build about them. You get what I'm saying? But I just feel like in some places that I've been through, I wish it was more regulations and more coded like it is in America. Like, you know how if you go into a home in America or a brand new home, there's rules and regulations that is structured in order for that home to be, good or pass OSHA inspection. You get what I'm saying? And
Mm.
sometimes I feel like they'll just build something just to build it and be right there. But otherwise, they got some nice, dope ass apartments and homes here.
Have you been to Lagos?
No, I haven't been to Lagos yet.
Well, for you say you're in Abuja, right?
Yeah, I'm in Abuja.
One brother said that the real estate in Abuja is like three times the price of Accra in Nairobi. Can you
Crime or three
confirm or
time?
deny that? No, not the
You said
crime. The real estate prices.
the real estate prices. Yes, bro. I will tell you this, man. I wish they would go down a little bit on that,
He said
because
his comment was that real estate in Abuja was three times more expensive than Accra in Nairobi.
I don't know about Accra, because I heard Accra is almost like a New York. Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak for the crowd because I never been there. As far as Lagos, from what they tell me about Lagos and Abuja, is that Lagos, their population is mass over there. Like, they have a huge population over there in Lagos versus in Abuja, and so Lagos is considered Atlanta. Abuja is considered Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay. But do you know like what type of real estate deals that you could get in Abuja? Like what's some like kind of like general price ranges you could expect?
Well, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. You expecting, from my understanding, and a lot of people tell me, is that Willie, is best for you to purchase land and build,
And build.
like something
Right.
like Tony, traveling Tony did. In TZ, he went, brought him some land, and now he's building. It's a lot cheaper to do that, because I feel like some of the places over here, they okay. So say for instance, a shell, like a shell where they just have the whole outside structure and they don't have nothing in the inside.
Hmm.
So they want you to pay like 70 or 80 bands for something like that. And it's like, no, like, I want running water. I want everything to be right before, I do all that. So they said it's best for you to just build and do it like that, because last no, it was this year, me and my girl rented a Airbnb, and it was nice, but they had an inverter in and everything. I always had power. If the power cut off, the inverter kicks back on. And
What
for that area, they want you to pay 180 to $250,000. No one is putting that much money like that, or
okay, so
dropping
yeah,
like that.
that's expensive. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's expensive, bro. Like, I'm not coming to Nigeria and dropping 100 bands like that. Just no, I'm not doing that. If I'm gonna do that, I might as well go to South Africa or Kenya or something like that. I'm not doing that, man.
What if you don't mind sharing, what tribe is your wife from?
She's Igala. She's from Kogi States, the center of Nigeria.
Okay, and that's another thing too. Like, I want to put this out there. It's like, it's hard to kind of describe women from these different countries because it's so diverse. Like a lot of
Hmm.
people don't realize, like when you go to countries in Africa, that you have all these different tribes. So like a lot of times people will be like, well, how are Ghanaian women or how are Nigerian women, et cetera, et cetera. But I come to the realization that based on the tribe that they're from, it's going to be distinct differences between, like how they look, the behavior, how, and like which part of the country they from is going to determine like if they're less westernized or more westernized. Because like a chick that is living in like a capital or like a real highly populated city like Lagos or Nairobi, I mean, or Accra, they're gonna be a lot more westernized than a chick that's from like a smaller city or even a different region in the country that's not as populous. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
like when I'm talking about Nigerian chicks, love money and stuff like that, that doesn't apply. I'm not saying that applies to all Nigerian chicks. It's really more Igbo chicks. Um, and like some of the least materialistic chicks that I've come across from Nigeria is chicks from the I'm trying to think if it's a, nomadic tribe where they're in like multiple West African countries. And they're mostly Muslim. Man, it slipped my mind, but this tribe, like the chicks generally aren't really that materialistic. I'm
Well,
gonna think about
I
it.
I can tell you this, man. So I'm gonna tell you the difference between South African women and Nigerian women, right?
Oh, that's what I
And
want to hear. That's what I want to hear.
and I'm not gonna try to generalize all because I have love for South Africa, man. I love the music, I love the culture and everything. So I'm gonna say this, man. My experience is that the women in South Africa, because South Africa is westernized a little bit more than Nigeria. Nigeria tends to still have a strong culture. They still hold strong cultural values. You get what I'm saying? So I give you an example, man. Like my girl, she cooks for me. She listens to me. She's submissive. She's not really out here trying to just get a whole bag and everything like that. She's not money hungry. You know what I'm saying? I mean, money. I mean, you gonna need money everywhere you go. It don't matter where you at. But she's not like that compared to some of the women that I met in South Africa. They want that high life in South Africa, especially in Joburg. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you this: only one woman cooked for me in South Africa, but multiple women have cooked for me in Nigeria. I'm talking about her friends. I'm talking about her cousins. You know, mama, aunties. They all cook for me. I just had her cousin when I came. Her cousin cooked for me. Her best friend cooked for me. Her other friends cooked for me. So they still have a strong cultural values over here. Like it don't matter who you are. If you was with me right now, you know what I'm saying, and you came in here and we were just chilling watching TV, you know, and my wife was in the kitchen, she would cook for you. You know what I'm saying? Because you my company. Or if her cousin was in here and she was out going to the store or something, she would sit here and cook for you and anybody that's in my circle. So you don't get that in South Africa like that.
And let me say this real quick, just to interject real quick. Your wife is from like a smaller city, like smaller populated area, right?
No, my wife stays in Abuja. She was born, of course she was born in Kogi State, and they moved to Abuja, and she been in Abuja
Okay.
ever since.
So I'm gonna say this, cause you said I've only been to Lagos, and like a lot of guys that have went to Nigeria, been to Lagos. So like in my opinion, like the women in Lagos will be more, or will be more like that New York City type vibe, right? So like the in other words, like the women in Lagos are probably going to be the most westernized women out of that country compared to
Well,
like other cities like Abuja and
I
stuff like that.
But
I
but
can't
but but
say.
if I can interject here, okay, I understand going to Abuja, Lagos to find pretty women, but you want the prettiest Nigerian woman. Obviously, you gotta go to Nigeria to find these women, Lagos, aka Lagos or Abuja. But realistically, if you're really targeting a Nigerian woman, why wouldn't you just go to Accra? Because all the Nigerians with that are well to do are in Ghana. If you haven't really looked at the historical data and the flow of people, everyone from Nigeria is coming to Ghana. And what can we pinpoint this to? The economy and the decrease of the naira compared to the cedi. So I don't know if you guys have been to Accra, but it's filled with Nigerians. It's filled.
Yeah, but you also have Ghanaians coming over here to Nigeria as well.
Yeah, and the Nigerian chicks that go to Accra that I've seen, they were like the prostitutes. You know what I'm saying? They weren't like the if you want to meet a decent Nigerian chick, you gonna have to go to Nigeria to meet her. You know what I'm saying? When I was in Accra, the Nigerian chicks they were the prostitutes,
Now,
pretty
I'll say
much.
this, right? As somebody that's lived in Accra since 2022, rich Nigerian men and women do come to visit Accra for like vacation and stuff like that. So you do have a significant amount of Nigerian people that are wealthy that have like vacation homes and stuff like that in Accra. But most of them aren't like living in Accra for like 6 months a year. They might come out there for like a couple weeks out of the year, a couple months out of the year. But to even find those chicks, like you would kind of have to be plugged in. You know what I mean? You're not just gonna like meet a rich Nigerian chick randomly like that unless you like running in those circles or unless you going to like certain type of events where they hang out. So
Well, I mean, like I said, man, I ain't gonna generalize the whole thing, but like say for instance, her best friend Joy lives in Lagos. She came up here, bro. She catered to me and everything, man. She didn't even know me like that. Of course, my wife introduced me to her and we talked and everything like that. But this woman sat here. We went to the local market together. She cooked for me. She brought some food for me and everything. So yeah, man, I don't know about the whole New York City vibe in Lagos like that, but right now she cooking for me right now. So I don't know. I just feel like being in West Africa, um, it's a different vibe, man. I feel like they just stronger in their cultural values than they are in a lot of places in East Africa like that.
But I think one thing to add to that is West Africa is so diverse. Like Nigeria is on the spectrum when it comes to like acting wild or I guess not wild, but maybe arrogant or brash. If you go to Ghana, everyone's saying yes, please, no, please. Compared to Nigeria, it's a lot more of a faster pace of a lifestyle. So I look at it this way, like, if I want to settle down or at least meet women, I want to be in a stable country. And I think Nigeria is great if you live in the South, but just that, you know, possibility of instability Nigeria's a no go for me, honestly. To like make roots there, if you want that West African vibe, go to Accra, Ghana. If you speak English, if you speak French, one of the best places in Africa, no cap, best place in Africa is Ivory Coast, Abidjan. Look at the skyline, even. It's amazing. It's one of the most underrated places in Africa. But the thing is, you don't have to speak French, but you'll have a lot better time integrating in society and enjoying society if you speak French. But if you want West Africa, I would say Accra for sure. And you have other countries, other cities in Ghana, Kumasi, even. But Accra is like you got to be ready, man, because you could lose your shirt in Accra because you know the economy and high cost of living. It has an effect on people's morals. So
Ghana's a
you're
little more Americanized, wouldn't you say, than like a
exactly,
Nigerian?
exactly.
Yeah.
So the
Now,
probability of
I
being a
wouldn't
woman
I
that
wouldn't
has
say
her morals compromised is higher.
I wouldn't say that Ghana is more Americanized. I would say that Accra is a little bit more Americanized because when you go to Kumasi, when you go to Kufa Corday, and you go to Cape Coast, it's totally different vibe than Accra. Like, um, yeah, it's a totally different vibe when you go to those other smaller cities. But
Right.
Accra is definitely an international city where you have Lebanese, you have Indians, you have Chinese, you have Black Americans, Black Norwegians, Black UK. You have people. You even have people from other African countries. I've met Ethiopians in Accra, Kenyans. I've met Liberians, Cameroonians. I've people from Ivory Coast. So it's a real international city
It
with
sounds like a hub, man. It's a hub right there, for real.
yeah, definitely.
It is a hub. It's open for business, and like I said, I love that Black Americans are taking the issue to go over because that's the roots. We're putting in the roots, and maybe 10 years from now, someone's gonna have a couple businesses, maybe a chain of franchise. Like I don't know if you guys been to Ghana, but Melcom, it's
Yeah,
like
the grocery store.
I compare it to like maybe Best Buy, but it has groceries too. I don't know if that's the wrong comparison, but it has everything. It's like a superstore, but that's owned by Indians, right? So,
Oh yeah, the
um,
Indians they heavy over here. Indians, Chinese.
see, the thing
You
is
got a
in
few
Ghana, it's not you don't
Ethiopians.
really see it. Like I did see some Indians one, but it's like you don't really see it much. But I was surprised to learn that Melcom is privately owned by an Indian family, right?
Mm.
So, um, yeah,
The thing you got to realize about like different groups like Indians and Lebanese and West Africa, a lot of these people have been in these countries since like the early 1900s. You know what I mean? So like if you talk about Malcolm, that person's family came to Ghana when it was called Gold Coast. So it's not like these people come over here like in 2001 and starting this business. Like they've actually lived in these countries. They're like third, fourth generation of people that's living in these countries. You know what I mean? So I want people to keep that in mind as well. That whether it's the Indians, the Lebanese, all these different groups, a lot of them are like third, fourth, and fifth generation living in these West African countries. You know what I mean?
It seems like Central
But
Africa, they don't really like tourism, like Congo, places like that. Every time I see somebody recording there, the police get on their ass and try to get money out of them. I mean, I think that's why people don't want to travel over there. Maybe it gave it like a bad taste, but shit, I don't
now,
know.
now what I
What do you
will
guys think?
say is when I was
there's a
in
war going.
Lagos, when I was in Lagos, I ain't gonna lie, man. I kind of let a police officer in Lagos strong arm me for some money. You know what I
Damn.
mean? When I went, um, but in Ghana, they'll try to get you for money as well, but they're not gonna try to strong arm you. Like
Right.
they're not
Mm.
gonna
They
like
they did
they'll
that. They
kind of
did.
hint at it. They'll kind of hint at it like, oh, it's Christmas and da 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 da. I have some
Mm.
kids and yada yada yada, and they'll expect you to kind of break them off, but you don't have to, and most of them not gonna do anything if you don't. But in Lagos, specifically Lagos, I had a police officer take my wallet and hand it back and took the cash out he wanted and handed my wallet back. So
Wow, wow.
Damn.
Yeah, I haven't experienced that in Abuja, but I will say this in South Africa that has happened to me. We was on our way back from the strip club and everything, and had a tire blowed out, and there was officers, stopping and everything, begging for like 100 rand, 200 rand, and stuff like that. I have had that happen to me in South Africa, but I will say this, man, like Nigeria is not for everybody. I'm not gonna cap on that. You can't really choose Nigeria. Nigeria has to choose you. So you have to it it depends on your upbringing and everything. Like I'm raised in the South. I'm used to looking at cows and chickens and goats in the country. I was born in the country, so I can kind of adapt to some of their, to some of what they do over here. But it just depends on that person. I mean, obviously, if you have something good going for yourself, man, you can make a life in Nigeria. Me personally, I experienced South Africa first before anything, and I fell in love with it. I just bought property in South Africa. So, I feel like when it comes to the housing market in South Africa, I would encourage anybody to go, because it's secure. Obviously you need to do your diligence and get you a lawyer and everything. I went through the proper channels and everything, and I should be lodging. That's the only reason why I'm over here too, is to settle things over here in Nigeria, then go to South Africa. Try to get everything together, furnish the apartment, and go ahead and put it on Airbnb. But yes, I encourage anybody to look into the property market in South Africa, most definitely.
How is the infrastructure compared to Kenya? Because I'm looking at Kenya, they got so many different
Ho-
developments, like three or four
Well,
hundred
ho-
different developments going on, and like they're building left and right, like
I
all the
can't speak.
Chinese, these
Hold on.
Indians.
Let me just go ahead. Go ahead.
What's up? Go ahead. Go ahead, player.
Oh, I
I
can't
just want
really
to say
speak.
something real quick. Now you go ahead, Willie. Go ahead, Willie.
Oh, okay. I can't really speak for Kenya because I've never been to Kenya, but um, South Africa is the shit, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Uh, Eswatini ain't bad. It's just it's just you just gotta know a few people, man. Because Eswatini, they don't even have blackouts in Eswatini. They don't have no load shedding whatsoever. My power did not go out whatsoever in Swaziland, but it went out multiple times in South Africa. It
So,
goes out here in Nigeria as well, but it cuts back on just like South Africa.
so I guess my pushback on South Africa is okay. The crime rate's high, violent crime rate's high. What about Botswana? Right? I've been hearing a lot of great things about Botswana. I've been to Cape
Let me
Town.
say this about
That was just
the crime rate. Like if you can go to Brazil and Colombia, then you should have no problem going to Nigeria or South Africa. You know what I mean? Like it's like comparable crime in Nigeria and South Africa as it is to Colombia and Brazil. And so even though I've had like one or two bad experiences in Nigeria, and it's not necessarily a place that I want to live, I still encourage people to go to Nigeria to visit to see how it is, because I'm more of a type of person. I like a more I generally like countries where the people are more laid back and
so.
are
So
less
why
like
Nigeria
wild
over
and crazy.
Ghana? Not to cut you off, sorry, but why?
No, no,
Why
I live in
people go
Ghana.
Nigeria over?
I live in Ghana. So
Yeah.
I've been living in Ghana since 2022.
Mhm.
So I'm not saying pick
Whereabouts?
Nigeria over Ghana. I live in Accra. I live in East Legon. I live in Dansoman, and I've lived in which these are neighborhoods in Accra for the audience. So East
Yeah.
Legon, Dansoman, and trying to think of the other neighborhood close. It was a neighborhood close to the mall in Western Accra. So I'm trying to
Yeah.
think of the name of that mall.
Index. China Mall. I lived in
Not China Mall,
Nigeria.
like the big mall. So there's a Accra Mall, and then there's the mall in the western part of Accra.
Is that
It's
China
bigger
Mall
than
by
Accra Mall. It's
Spintex?
the biggest mall in West Africa. I'm gonna tell you the
Atramall?
name. Hold on.
Probably China Mall. It sounds familiar. Spintex off Spintex Road.
It's West Hills Mall. So West Hills Mall is the largest mall in West Africa. So I lived around West Hills Mall as well. So yeah, I love Ghana. I love Accra. My problem with Ghana and Accra, or I'm gonna say my problem with Ghana is the situation with the internet and the high price of doing business as a foreigner there. Even though I know there's ways around it, because I have a business, or I had a business. I have a business in Accra at the mall, at the
Mhm.
West Hills Mall. So I know there's ways around starting a business cheaper, but legally, generally, um, you're gonna need about 250,000. That's my biggest problem
Two
with
hundred
all
fifty
of the
thousand?
African
No
countries.
way, bro. No way.
So that's
That
that's my
yeah,
biggest problem with
that's
all
like
of the
almost 3
African
million
countries
C's.
is that most African countries, the capital that you need to start a business as a foreigner is very high. And this goes for Kenya. The only country I think has a reasonable price for foreigners to start a business is Rwanda. But Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, Ethiopia, all of these countries want anywhere from 100,000 to $1 million to start a business. So that's my biggest problem with all of the African countries.
Yeah, there's no credit system, or it's rare. It's P to P, person to person. For example, person to person credit system example is the best you're gonna get is, for example, a new condo being built. Maybe the developer will say put 10% down and pay the rest in 5 years, right? That's the best you're gonna get. You're not gonna get a 30-year mortgage. You're not gonna get a car note. You're not gonna get a lot of that. So it's a very capital intensive environment. So it's one of those things where you better have cash flow, or you better have like your money right to really do business. But if you want to just go and chill and relax, I would say $1,000 in Accra, you can make it happen.
I want to ask
Oh
y'all a
yeah,
question.
I mean 1,000. Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I want to ask y'all, who do y'all think has the best jollof rice, Ghana or Nigeria?
It's Ghana.
Ghana hands down. Ghana hands down.
I,
Really? You said so?
mm,
Oh, damn.
I
How about Willie?
tasted
What you
I
think, Willie?
tasted Ghana rice in America, man, and it was good, but I don't know. Nigerian jollof rice is bumping too. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah, bro. Nigerians, not no cap, man. They put food coloring in their jollof to make it look brighter. That's a Nigerian thing, bro. No offense to my Nigerian brothers, but Ghana got the real. You trying to eat the real OG West African food? Go to Ghana, get you some wache for breakfast, for lunch, get some fucking jollof for dinner. Get some banku and tilapia. You know what I mean?
Yo, Port City Vic, are you in Ghana right now?
Nah, I'm not in Ghana right now.
Do you plan to expatriate to Ghana?
No, I wouldn't live there. Before I went there initially, I said, oh, I want to move to Ghana, but I think half and half. I want to keep my Western citizenship, but at the same time live outside the country is, oh, I think it's 6 months, 180 days. So that's my plan. Because there's a lot of incentives, there's pros and cons, right? Like Ghana is great, but at the same time, I like to have access to Western healthcare.
Okay, that's interesting. Like currently, I'm doing something similar, but I live in three countries, uh, 3 to 4 months each throughout the year. As far as Western healthcare, I'm doing a lot of my healthcare stuff in Southeast Asia, which to me has a better and much cheaper healthcare system, and I'm doing my dental stuff in South America, particularly Colombia, which they have better dental professionals because they go to dental school longer, excuse me, and they also have much cheaper prices for dental work. So I'm kind of I live like I said I lived in Ghana from 2022 um to 2024 like full time, but now I'm kind of living across three countries throughout the year. And the only reason I really come back to the U.S. is like to take care of business and stuff like that, or if I need to buy some stuff. So so yeah.
And that's what bothers the most is taking care of your business abroad and then bringing it to, bringing the fruits of your labor or whatnot investments to Africa, because like I said, Gadu's not cheap to live in. Like if you want to live a good life, you can really burn through the funds. If you really want to spend, you can spend, right? So, but yeah, no, I enjoyed Ghana, but it was just an eye-opening experience. That's a lot of work to do, right? There's a lot of work to do, but
I mean, to me the most expensive stuff in Ghana is really just updating your visas and stuff that you have to do as a foreigner. Like for me, $1,000 a month, you can live really well in Ghana. I was able to, or let me just say Accra, because I'm really talking about Accra. Because once you get outside of Accra, everything, the prices and everything drops dramatically once you get
yeah,
outside of Accra.
let me tell you
But
something
to
real
live in
quick before you
Accra,
continue.
depending
Let me
on
tell you something. Takoradi, I lived there for a month. Um, I paid $100 for a three-bedroom house with a gate, and if I wanted to rent it for a month, it would have been $1,200 US with a gate, with its own water container, whatever. Huge compound. You could park three cars in there. So outside of Accra's expensive, but outside of Accra, man, like Takoradi, man, you could rent a mansion for $500,000 a month if you want to spend that. That was a three-bedroom house, one 3 bedroom, one bath, thirteen
yeah,
hundred square feet.
I was paying $300 in Accra for a 3 bedroom, 2 bath with a guard shack. So the initial price the owner gave me was $800 per month, and I was able to negotiate them down to $300 a month.
Right, and that's awesome. But what I want to say is another hidden gem in Ghana is Cape Coast. I don't know if you've been to Elmina Castle, that Cape Coast area. It's near Takoradi where I went, but there's so many foreigners coming to Elmina, Cape Coast. Like there's so many. Like you don't really picture it. Like the whole town is like any time in the year, it's packed with foreigners. So like the clubs and stuff there are like it's kind of weird. It's like a small town, but you go to the club, it's like it's like the United Nations, right? So when I went there, I was surprised. I was like, I went up to all these girls, whatever, chat with all the girls. None of them were from Ghana. None of them were from Ghana. So, and I never hear anyone talk about Cape Coast. Maybe if you talk about like that castle, the slave castle, whatever, I forget what it's called. But that's like a hidden gem, man. I'm just saying, like you're in Ghana, you got a weekend or a week, go to the Western region, Cape Town, or not Cape Town, Cape Coast, Elmina. I had an amazing time, even better time than Accra. I'm not gonna lie.
So Cape Coast is a little small for me. I've been to Cape Coast. What I do like about Cape Coast is they have good local seafood, and they have like a lot of the tourist sites, like you mentioned, the slave castles and stuff like that. But as far as like doing business and like the nightlife, Cape Coast was Cape Coast to me, I think will probably be comparable to like a Mombasa in Kenya. It's more like it's a lot more laid back. It's smaller population, smaller city. Um, but I actually one of the apartments I lived in Accra near West Hills Mall. West Hills Mall is actually right by the border of Accra region and Western region. You know what I mean? Like you can literally drive a few minutes from West Hills Mall and it'll bring you into the Western region of Ghana, which that's the region which Cape Coast is, I think, located. I can't remember if it's Western region or Central region. One of those. But yeah, GMT.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, can I share my screen real quick?
Sure. Do you think?
Okay, I just wanted to show y'all something. So what I'm gonna show, this is a price list for one of my favorite nightclubs in Ghana called the Garage in East Lagoon. Um, let me see. So if you look,
Yeah, you.
Ghana, to me, Ghana has the baddest chocolate and dark skinned women in Africa. I'm sorry, man. It is what it is. That's my personal opinion. Don't shoot me. But
I
I
agree.
think
I
as
agree.
far as women,
Women in general, bro. Like I went to Ghana and I expect to see like dark skin women, but like there's
oh, okay, hold up, hold
any
your thought
any
real
color.
quick. Hold your thought real quick. Hold your thought. So this is my favorite. This is the menu for my favorite nightclub. It's called the Garage and it's in East Lagoon. This is my favorite nightclub in Accra, I should say. So and you can I'm gonna kind of break down the prices real quick. I ain't gonna be too long with it, but I just want to see like these are upscale prices, meaning most of the clubs the prices are actually cheaper than this particular nightclub, and so these are like this will be considered like the top price. This is the most expensive prices in the nightclub. Let's see what you like to drink, GMT.
I mean, when I'm Africa, honestly, I drink Black Label.
So Johnny Walker, let me see. Okay, so Johnny Walker Black Label, and a crowd that'll be 1,500 cities. So let me, and this is keep in mind this is nightclub prices. So you know the nightclub prices are always, so that's $95 for a bottle of Johnny Walker Black Label. I've never been to a club in the U.S. that would sell a bottle, a one
200
liter
minimum,
bottle.
200, 300. Hell yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
right,
that's
right.
probably. Yeah, that's probably just even in Nairobi, that's probably like just a little bit higher than Nairobi. Some places it's cheaper, but the nice clubs like Gemini and Ibiza it's 10K for Black Label. So that's 10K is like $85. So it's just a little bit more, around the same price.
So now remember, before I got on, I heard you saying that the prices in Ghana was like the U.S. So I'm
Yeah,
trying to
yeah,
see,
yeah.
brother. I don't know.
You got me. You got me. You got me, player. You got me. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? It is what it
No,
is.
but you right though. It is though. Like a tank of gas is like the same price.
Well,
There's no
well,
discount.
certain stuff is like U.S. prices are more expensive, but in general, everything is cheaper. So, like for example, in Brazil, like electronics cost more expensive in Brazil than it does in the US, but food and real estate and all that stuff is way cheaper. You know what I mean? Let me see. This what I like to drink when I go to club. I like to get a bottle of like champagne, like Vive or what do you call it? Ace of Spades. So now this is your more expensive stuff. So let's
Oh,
see.
ain't no
They
ain't
got
no
the
cheap Ace of Spades, bro. Ain't no cheap Ace of Spades. That's expensive everywhere.
so, yeah, but it's way cheaper in Ghana. So
What Ace of Spades?
yeah, so it's like $575 for a bottle of Ace of Spades and a cry. And what would it be like in a club in like in the US or something like that? Like I think like from what I remember, Ace of Spades was like $10,000.
I don't know if it
And
was that high, but it's up there. It's up there in the regular club. It's definitely
so
up there. It's definitely up there.
it's only like a little over 500 and got in Accra and let me see, Vave. So this would be like a couple $100 in the US, the Vave, KitKat group. And so this would be like 500 something dollars in the US.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I
Expensive.
mean?
Yeah, Ghana. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to redo Ghana now because
Eh,
now I know a lot of people, and I want to do Nigeria too. You know what I'm saying? I want to do Nigeria too because when I go to Nigeria, I'm hitting out Willie. I'm plugged in Willie when I go to Nigeria. But Ivory
and
Coast,
then, let me just say
I want
real
to
quick,
give.
and I'm gonna close this out.
All right.
So this in the US would be like $500-600 for this bottle of champagne. And in Ghana right now it's only like 185. You know what I mean?
Oh, that
So
ain't
it's
bad.
like, it's real cheaper. So but go ahead,
You
bro.
gotta go to Ghana in December. The
Nah,
whole the
nah.
whole
I
month is
mean,
lit.
Ghana in
The whole month
December
is crazy.
prices go up. So I'm keep it real with you on that one.
Oh yeah, he being
Because
honest. He being honest.
What happened?
So December.
all in December, that's when all of the diaspora come back to Ghana. So like
Yeah.
the Black Americans, the Black UK, the Black Norwegians, and like the Ghanaians that like uh they live overseas. Everybody come back to December, so they kind of ramp up the prices during that month.
Yeah, that's what's up. Hey man, but I want to give everybody some free game about Ivory Coast because I think a lot of people. It's such a French country, and it took me a long time to figure it out. I just give people free game who like I like to give you the easy layups because everybody know about pipelining. But when I was there, I went to Club Alizé. That was my go-to spot. And out of everywhere I ever been in Africa, Ivory Coast had the most pickup clubs. If dudes don't know what a pickup club is, that's the club that the girls go to meet the dudes at. You know what I'm saying? So they're not like on the street corners, not like that. But they go in clubs, they dress fly, and they go to a club to meet the dudes. You know what I'm saying? And they want to leave with you. So Club Alizé was my go-to spot. So I was in zone 4 for maybe a whole month. And my last week and a half there, I was like, why is there red lights everywhere? It was like red lights, it was like the regular business area, the regular business area. It was like the regular city, like zone 4, like the nice area. And as soon as it got dark, I noticed every night, like, why is red lights and girls sitting in front of it? I walked in one place and I can't speak French. So I'm trying to figure it out. I'm like, hold up, it's a brothel. And once I realized it was a brothel, I started looking and I started seeing it was everywhere. I'm like, Ivory Coast is off the chain. And then I went to another club. I didn't go to no big clubs. I went to Club Alizé, a bunch of small clubs, and they all were the same. They were all pickup clubs. I'm like, man, Ivory Coast is off the chain. Though I had to throw that out there for anybody else who wants to go out there and just know, and then go get research for
Oh,
themselves. And but like Ivory
let
Coast is
me
like
just
off the
show this
chain.
real quick.
Yeah, I've been to Ivory Coast.
Let me just
Yeah,
show this real quick. They said they couldn't see my screen. You have to on your end, you have to approve for me to share it.
I don't I don't
So
know
it
how to
should be something
how I prove
at the
I don't know how to
bottom
prove.
of your control for me to share it.
I gotta like I don't know.
Um, look at the
I see more. I see recording.
do you see it at the
Everything else is
bottom,
normal.
like around it?
Oh yeah, I got you.
So they should have a there you go. There you
It's
go.
showing now. It's showing.
Okay, so I was just going over the okay. I was just going over the so this is the menu. This is my favorite club in Accra. I mean, there's a lot of nice clubs in Accra, but this is my favorite one. It's in East Legon. It's called the Garage. It's like an upscale club. So the prices. There's other places in Accra that have even cheaper prices than this. So let's say if you want to get a bottle of Jack Daniels honey, that'll be 1,400 CDs. So right now, 1,400 CDs is let's see,
That's like
that's
$100.
80
That
Right?
eighty
damn
nine
honey,
dollars.
Tennessee
That's
honey.
that's
That's
eighty
what it
nine
is right there.
dollars. That's $89 and 46 cents with the current exchange rate, and which that's if I'm not mistaken, that's probably like the same price that you would get it from like a liquor store in the U.S. right now, or maybe a little bit cheaper than you would get it for. Or, I don't know, but it's closer to how much you would pay in the at a liquor store for that same bottle compared to buying it in a club. Because in the U.S. like the bottles are going to be like four, maybe 5+ times the price than it would be getting it from a regular store. Um, and Goose said he like to get black label. So right here we got the Johnny Walker black label. You got the bottle price and the shot price. So the bottle price is 1,500 CDs. When you translate to USD, that's going to be $95.85.
How much is the
Um,
Hennessy?
let me see. Hennessy.
Do y'all know that's like a
Okay,
average
so
Ghanaian's 1 month salary, like 1,500 CDs?
I mean that's probably more than most Ghanaians make in a month. You know what I mean? To be honest with you. But let's see, Hennessy VS, that's $121.41. For the VSOP, that's gonna be $159 for the no, hold on. For the VSOP right here, that's gonna be $191 in the club.
That's for a
Let me,
leader too. It ain't even a fifth, man. Shit.
yeah, that's for the leader. Um, so yeah, man. The prices here
Very reasonable.
are
Real talk.
All right,
yeah, and this
yeah,
is
seem reasonable.
and this is the high end. I want y'all to realize that too, because like you have the high end clubs, you have the middle end clubs, and you have the low end clubs. Most locals don't even go to clubs in Ghana. It's really the upper middle class, and rich Ghanaians that go to clubs for the most part. A lot of Ghanaians go to like bars and stuff like that, like the local chop
Or
bars
like a
and stuff
lounge
like
or some
that.
shit, right?
Chop bar, yeah, chop bar.
All right, so
Um,
I got a question. What's the chances of the average dude meeting a regular chick in a club in Ghana? We have to spend bottle. Do we have to
it's
like speak game
That's
to her,
zero,
be
zero
fly?
percent, bro. That's zero
it's
percent.
it's very it's very low. Whenever you meet a chick in Ghana at a club, nah, real talk. Whenever you meet a chick at a Ghana in a club, 9 times out of 10 she's gonna be an above average chick. She's gonna be middle class, upper middle class, or rich. So like one chick I used to deal with that likes the club a lot. Her dad was an engineer that works in Germany. You know what I mean? Like this dude makes six figures a year in euros. So the Ghana CD is right now it's like 15 Ghana CDs to $1. So y'all can kind of look at these prices and you know kind of break it down like that. But this is the menu for like a shot would only be, let's see, that's $3. Let's say that's 30 CDs for a shot. So you could get a shot for like $1.92. You know what I mean? Or like $2 for a shot of liquor.
Right.
That's
And if I
nothing.
could just speak of the topic briefly, when it comes to like club lifestyle, that's a new thing, the Ghanaian society. Like, if you went to Ghana 10 years ago, people weren't going to clubs and popping bottles. So the type of woman you're gonna find in these clubs are maybe new age, like they're keeping up with trends. So the probability of them being, I don't know really what how to really describe it, but you're gonna be meeting women that are kind of on the cutting edge of modern trends and popping bottles. It's a new activity, social activity to go to a club and pop bottles. So you're gonna be meeting those type of women that are accustomed to that. Because when I was in Ghana, none of the girls I messed with have ever been to a club. That's really not really like in their like vocabulary. They call it an outing. Like they don't really do that. But yeah,
Yeah, most Ghanaian. Okay, so there's two things that I tell y'all about most Ghanaian women, right? Most Ghanaian women don't drink alcohol. I think it's probably 20, maybe 20 to 30% of Ghanaian women that actually drink alcohol. And then most of the women that do drink alcohol, they don't drink a lot of alcohol. Like um a lot of women in the US go hard with the alcohol, but out here, you know what I mean? Like for example, it's one chick that I dealt with that she was actually more westernized, so she actually went to the club like maybe like once a month or once every couple months because it's really too expensive for the average Ghanaian to go to the club. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot reasonable for them to go to like the local chop bars, which everything is like you seen how the prices was for this place. Like the prices are even cheaper, are way cheaper, but they're not gonna have this selection of stuff at the chop bars. They mostly gonna have like a couple things of liquor and some local beers and stuff like that. but it's way cheaper. Like to give you an idea, the beers that you get at a club is like 2 to 4 times more expensive than the beers that you would get at a local chop bar, and it's the same exact beer. You see what I'm saying? It's the same
Yeah,
exact
and
beer. They just charging. Uh,
yeah, man.
they just
I was about adding
charging
what you were
more.
saying about the Ghana girls not drinking that much, and you are exactly right. Because when I was there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Can you
you.
hear me? Oh yeah, yeah. Well, when I was there, the girls like for me, the thing about Kenya that I'm honestly because like I think for like a girlfriend wise, maybe like a more chill, calm girl would be better. But when I was on vacation and I was chilling with the Ghana Nigerian chick, with the Nigerian chicks in Ghana and the Ghana chicks, they were like super chill, and only way how I can you correct me if I'm wrong, they reminded me of a weed smoking personality, but they don't smoke weed. It was
Can I speak on that?
super.
Can I
I
speak on
said a
that?
weed smoker personality, but they don't smoke weed. It was super chill. Like they had like that super mellow, just chill personality, and which is cool for like a relationship. Like when I'm trying to have fun, I'm like, man, I need, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So, but yeah, so that's why I enjoyed Ivory Coast a lot because I think for like a main chick, I feel like if I came there on some like a more serious tip, like how Jess was, I'd probably look at it a little bit more different. And the funny thing about the garage, I didn't find out about the garage till after I left. And I wanted to go. I'm like, man, I'm mad I didn't go to the garage, bro. I heard about the garage, and I'm glad you said that because I want to go there so bad. I never made it there, and I heard that was the best club there, and I didn't make it there.
So
So
Gooch,
yeah, man.
remember that video that I put in the group where with the chick was dancing in the club and
I
everybody was
think
like,
I
"Oh yeah, she bad, she bad."
yeah, I think I remember a little bit. Yeah,
So that was at the garage. Like the garage get lit, bro. Like it really depends on what day you go, to be honest. Cause like they have like some days where they play like hip hop and R&B. Then they got the some days where they play like EMD. You know what I mean? It depends on like which day you go. It's kind of like it's kind of the club scene is similar to the U.S. in the sense of like they expect you to come dress a certain type of way. Number one, and number two, um, the type of night that it is going to depend on the type of promoter or the type of theme that they have. So, like the night where they do the R&B and the hip hop and the Afro beats, that's usually the most lit night. The EMD night is kind of like they have people in there, but it's not as lit. It's not as packed. Like it's a lot less people that come on that particular night. So
all right. That's cool. That's cool, man. So in Ghana, you should definitely know you have to dress right. That's the most important thing, right? And do you have to buy a bottle to get attracted
oh
for women
no,
or
man,
no, no, no. That's not the
I
most
got
important.
love. I got love without buying a bottle. To be honest, um, like I got love. But if you buy a bottle and you get like a section, it's definitely gonna make it a lot easier for you. I think
but you know
that's
what? In
anywhere though.
clubbing, I'm answering this question. Cole's like, what's the best nightlife country for clubbing and meeting regular chicks in Kenya and Africa? I would say Kenya or South Africa. But the South Africa thing is, to me personally, South Africa, their club like setup is the best I ever had. Because what they do is, I went to a few. Because me, I'm like an early person. I like going to a club early to get good real estate. So I went to a few clubs early, right, in Durban and Joburg, and it's a long line. It's all females. I'm like, why is this all girls here? And all the girls they got in for free, and they charged me. I paid for my local homework to come with me, and I got in the club. I'm like, it's all girls. They all sitting around, and I realized in South Africa they let all the girls in for free, and then after that you buy a section, and then they kick the girls out your section, let them sit anywhere they want to. You buy sections, but once you get a section, you can just call it security, they'll bring as much girls as you want. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a setup for you. You can go there by yourself. Like not, know what I know now. I can go to a club in South Africa by myself, and I'll have a section full of girls because I know like they let the girls in there early for free. You know what I'm saying? So you get a section, you go there by yourself, and it's part of security and whatever. And they'll grab you, just tip them a little bit something. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. So clubbing wise, so far, I still think it's Kenya and South Africa. Even though the South Africa got the baddies, Kenya got the vibe. But yeah, in Accra, I had a real good time though. I went to Octopus. I had a good time at Octopus, and I went to a few clubs. It was like how this is how Jess was saying, like the super bad joints were kind of like they were cool, but they're like American chicks. They were cool, but they weren't really fucking with you. Like they'll speak to you or talk to you, but they wouldn't ready to leave the club. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't ready to leave the club with you. It's like to me, it was like just like American chicks. Like they were cool. That was it. They weren't trying to leave with you or really like fuck with you, fuck with you. But they were cool though. You know what I'm saying? That's the vibe I got when I was there. But I didn't go to the garage though. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't say you kind of gotta. I think that's true to any country, but once you link up with the right people that know where to go, you're gonna have a much better time. But I will say this, like you can like go home with a chick in a cry, but I think that from what people have told me, like South Africa and Kenya will probably be countries where it's like you'll get you'll have a better chance of getting a like one night stand or hooking up with a chick outside of the club. I mean, but it could still happen in a crowd, but it's I think it'll probably be easier in those countries, to be honest with you.
all right, that's cool. That's cool. So in sorry, so I'm thinking business wise. So in Ghana, to open any business, you have to have. So if you don't know how to get around somebody, if you don't have a plug to get around it, you have to pay $200,000 or something. You have to have it in the bank account. If you're not plugged in.
So what it is they
You see
have
the
a
Ghana card.
capital allocation. So you basically have to show 250. All right. So if you try to do a business by yourself as a foreigner, they want you to show 500,000. If you try to do it with a local Ghanaian business partner, they want you to show 250,000. But the way around that, what a lot of people do is they just, and this is risky to do, right? Because you could wind up having a successful business and somebody take your business. But what a lot of people actually do behind the scenes is they'll open a business completely in a citizen's name, a citizen of Ghana's name, and they'll operate the business through them behind the scenes. And if you're a citizen, it only costs you like $50 to $100 to to open up a business. So if you have citizenship, it's only like $50 to $100 to open a business. Whereas
That's
if a foreigner,
crazy.
it's five. But listen, this is in this same situation is in almost every African country. But it's even like the same way in Kenya. But it might be different price. Like I think in Kenya it might be like 100,000 instead of 250 or 500. Now Anthony Clementson and Layla in the chat said that they recently dropped that price down. Like I said, I haven't been in Ghana since April, so I don't know all the
So,
things that may have happened since then.
so I can speak on that briefly. Like, I guess historically, like both my parents are from Ghana, but I was born abroad, so I have extended family in Ghana. So obviously, the last time I came to Ghana, I was just kind of scoping out the whole business situation. And obviously, you need a Ghana card. That's a given if you even if you want a SIM card. But any good lawyer can make it happen, bro. Basically, what they can do is form the business in your lawyer's name. Your lawyer would be the sole shareholder, and then after a couple months, they would, obviously you got to grease some hands, but they would get an appraiser to appraise the value of the business as over that threshold, and then you would take possession of the business and then do your paperwork with Ghana, right? But it's basically just messing with value of shares, which is basically thin air and all accounting. But you tap in with a good lawyer, they will make it happen, because you can't tell me, and I know for sure, you can't tell me everyone that's setting up a business in Ghana has that much equity, right? Like, give me a break. But any good lawyer will make it happen for you. just like in America, how there's ways around the, for example, income tax code. In Ghana, there's, you tap in with the right people, the right lawyer. I think that's the first thing you need if you want to do business anywhere. Tap in with a good lawyer with a good reputation, because anywhere from business to if you get yourself in a shady situation, they can help you. But any good lawyer, you book a consultation with them in Ghana, tell them, oh, I want to start a business. No, there's no way you need 200K US. No way. They'll make it happen for a lot cheaper, maybe even less than $5,000.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, most businesses that you would want to start in these African countries, it doesn't even it wouldn't even cost nowhere near that amount to actually, you know, start and operate those businesses, to be honest. You know what I mean? So that's another thing about it too. I mean, I think a lot of these African countries are just kind of scared of foreigners coming in like taking over. Because even in Ghana, there's certain businesses that you can't start as a foreigner. Like you can't start a hair salon or barber. Um, and there's a couple other businesses that only citizens are able to start in Ghana. You know what I mean? Which I don't really have a problem with that. But like I say, I think a lot of African countries are scared of like foreigners coming and kind of taking over. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
and,
that's why
and
they I think that's why I think they have those things in place.
if I can just speak on that, like at the same time, it's like we're from the West, so we're used to doing things by the book. But like, for example, I'll give you this example. The Ghanaian government, Akufo-Addo, the president, gave a contract worth several $1 million to a company that didn't exist. Right? It was formed after the contract was given. So, like, I'm not advocating for this, but if you have a business idea and you got the network there, uh, like start the business, start marketing it, etc. You can go and register and do all that legal work after. Like realistically, like start your business. Don't really fret. Oh, what blah blah blah. Like I need to get it legal. Like like you were in Ghana, right? It's kind of like the Wild West, right? So start it. If it's successful, then maybe go down the route of registering and tapping with a lawyer. That's my advice.
And Anthony is 100% correct with his comment. Because there's actually a diaspora office in Ghana, and so like the executive branch of Ghana, they do listen and communicate with Ghanaians that live outside of Ghana in the diaspora, as well as uh, Black Americans or African Americans. I mean, I do have some people that's kind of plugged in with the MPs and the executive people in the executive branch in Ghana. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, bro, I'm plugged in too, but at the end of the day, it's like favors cost money, right?
oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
Or just getting anything done on time, like on a Western pace, right? For example, if you're building a house on a Western pace, you want to get it done, and there's different stages of the build process. In Ghana, it's going to take forever, right? You want to get it done, you got to kind of entice people, right? But when you look at that in a budget for a Western person, it's not really it. It's immaterial, right? But it's one of those things you kind of have to know. Like you want things done, you're gonna have to kind of set a budget for a little favor or whatever.
For bribes, call it what it is. Now, I got a great story on that, right? So what I did was I put my business in my girlfriend's name, one of my girlfriend's name. So like the stuff that goes on in Ghana, it's not um it's not directed to foreigners, right? Meaning like the same stuff that you may go through as a foreigner, locals go through the same stuff, right? So when we're going to register the business in my girlfriend's name, I was like, okay, let's just go through the process the correct way to register the business. because my girlfriend was like, "Oh, I know somebody, and they'll get it registered for me." So trying to go through it the correct way, 3 months passed, and we still didn't have the registered business. So I said, "Okay, well, let's talk to the person in this particular office." And that particular person, all I had to do was pay them like $50, and the business was registered like in less than a week. You know what I mean? So like, what the brother's talking about is definitely true. Um, if you want to get things done quicker in Ghana, you definitely have to grease some palms, and you'll get stuff done a lot quicker that way, as opposed to going through the formal like 100% process. It's better to like find people that are in positions of power. Maybe even give them $20, $50, $100 or whatever. Just kind of try to find out how much. But normally it's only like it's like $100 or less what they want, and it'll expedite whatever you're trying to do a lot of times. So
Here's some quick alpha. Anyone, if you want to, you have plans to not even settle. Maybe you don't want to settle in Ghana, but you just want to get exposed to, maybe people in high positions. One thing I did, I went golfing. My cousin brought me golfing, and I talked to so many people, randomly just golfing once. And it's funny, I never ever golfed abroad. Like I've never golfed before, but I went golfing because I still have family in Accra. But they said, hey, let's go golfing. And I met so many just random people, and they just loved, like, they heard my accent. They're like, "Oh, why are you here?" Blah blah. And then I was able to talk to them. Obviously, nothing became of that, but um, like, who goes golfing in fucking Ghana, man? Like,
where
I
did
mean,
you
like,
go to, Achimota or Celebrity?
I can't even remember. It was
Okay.
I don't know. We were staying in Pokwasi, so it wasn't too far from there.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of golf courses in Ghana. A lot of people don't know
Some of them are
for the
shitty though, but
business
we went
people.
to a good one
Yeah,
where
that's
they
true.
actually watered the grass. But Ghana's tough, man. What I will say, it's tough, man. If you don't really have, like, I don't know, like, you gotta really be locked in with someone, at least one person you can really trust on the ground, because they'll just, or at least a lawyer, like a good reputable lawyer or law firm, right? Because you have to have someone representing you when you're not there, right? So that's why I advocate, just Google lawyers in Accra and go to
Right.
like a big law firm with a lot of reviews, so they have a reputation. But you need a lawyer. You need a big lawyer to represent you. If you're trying to do business there. And the last thing before I end it is, like, man, if you have a good business, just start the business. After 3 months cash flow, it's actually a reputable business, or not reputable business, but you have a proof of concept, then register for your GRA and as a business in Ghana, and you can figure that out, because that's what every Ghanaian does, man. The people selling the side of the road, right? They have Ghana revenue agency people come up to them, say, hey, are you registered, blah blah. Oh, I'm not registered. Here, take 500 CDs, and they'll leave you alone, right? So
Yeah. No, I don't
obviously do it
disagree
right,
with
but
that.
at the same time, if you don't even
I don't.
know if it's a profitable business, like, why go through that hassle, right?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I will say it is a little bit different if you're a foreigner, because like Ghanaians, if you're a Ghanaian citizenship, I think it's like 100 cities or maybe 500 cities to register for like a sole proprietorship. Um, and if you're a foreigner, you can't even legally have a sole proprietorship. You have to have a different business structure. Um, so it is a little bit different, but I mean, I don't think, like, put it like this: most stuff in Ghana, if you do something wrong and you get caught, you can probably pay your way out of it. Now, I'm not advocating
100% you can pay your
for
way out of it.
anybody to do any illegal activity in Ghana. Follow the rules, be a good guest in another country, but you and I wouldn't risk it, but you probably could get out of situations if you're paying. You know what I mean?
All
So
I'm saying is white collar crime is on the bottom of the total list, because who's gonna even, like, the funds that even investigate that? And you know what I mean? Like, you started a business 6 months or a year before you registered it. Like, like, that's like a mute point. Like, that's commonplace, right?
And the only reason I had to register my business is because I had it in a mall. But if it was a type of business where I didn't need like a physical location or something like that, because the mall requested the the business information and stuff like that to actually sign a lease. But if you're doing something that it doesn't require those type of things as far as contract negotiations, then it might not be a bad idea to just do it, because in the US, that's what I would recommend. If you're doing a business in the US, I would recommend just doing it first and then getting paperwork on it once you know it makes money. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because a lot of times you could spend money on starting a business and it might not even do well. You know what I mean? So now
Yeah.
you just wasted such and such amount of money to register it, and
Right.
it wasn't even
That
successful.
doesn't
But
make
yeah,
sense. And like I said, I went through a similar process with Airbnb. But like any country, you can be a foreign corporation doing business in Ghana, right? All you have to do is pay a withholding tax, right? So, but I just never paid it, or had the person renting the Airbnb never paid it. So that's the way it works. And I don't want to get too technical, but like I said, you tap in with a good lawyer, man. They can like there's a lot of strategies around that. Like they could form a corp in a Ghanaian's name and then roll over the shares to you a couple. Like there's a lot of what I mean. Like
loopholes.
there's a lot of loopholes, just like in America. There's loopholes, right?
Yep.
But you just have to kind of do it the way I mean, there's ways around it, right?
And look, it's a lot of foreigners that use these loopholes to their advantage. I mean,
All the Chinese are.
you know,
You think every Chinese person in the crowd is like has I mean, like 200K US, like I mean, like all the people, like a lot of people I know are doing that. Like a lot of people, the diaspora with Airbnbs are doing that. Like okay, form a corporation, then they roll over the shares to you
now,
after.
now I
That's a
will
legal
say this.
process. So
I will say that GRA doesn't play around, like the tax with the tax authority in Ghana. Because while I was living in Ghana, I seen a couple like businesses they forced to temporarily shut down
right.
because either they say they wasn't paying taxes or they didn't pay enough taxes. And these are like some large businesses that have like 20 plus locations that they
Okay.
did this to. So yeah, the tax authority of Ghana does not mess around
Yeah,
when it
yeah.
comes to getting their money.
But at the same time, I look at it this way, like, okay, you're trying to form a mom and pop shop and see if this proof of concept, if this plan works, let's pour more money into it. I wouldn't even register the business, and like honestly, like why would you register the business? I don't understand why. What's the incentive to register a business? What, are you gonna get a loan? They don't really do that shit, government loans and whatever. So what's the point of you registering the business? Like just
Yeah, I
maybe
agree with that
like
100%.
what's the point,
100%.
right?
Yeah. So what are you in agreement with me, Port City Vic, that Ghana is the overall best country in West Africa?
I don't know, man, because I was in Ivory Coast and like I speak a little bit of French, not too much. Je parle français un petit peu, but not really all that way. But I was there for AFCON, and man, Abidjan, just looking at the skyline, the difference between that. Okay, Abidjan has huge skyscrapers, right? There's actually huge skyscrapers there. Accra has big buildings, but we don't have like these tall, like we don't have the as good of a skyline, right? So
Yeah, I
I don't know,
told
like in,
Gooch that Abidjan reminds me of New York City because it has a lot of skyscrapers and it's
yeah,
also surrounded by water.
yeah. So and like I said, I call like, and a lot of people in my friend group call Ivory Coast French Ghana because they're all kind of the same tribe before they carved it all up, right? So
Right, right.
like Abidjan, I want to go back there honestly because it was awesome. It was awesome. It's just I gotta work on my French, but I think if French is your first language, man, people go to Congo and all that stuff because they speak French. I would say Abidjan, man, I went there. I said, man, this shit's lit. Like they got big, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of investment. I saw it in Accra, but it's still like, man, like Abidjan just got like the big skyscraper, so clearly they got people spending a lot of money there, and it was cool. Like the way they kind of like a European swag, like, and Ghana was colonized by the English, but it had like an American swag. Like people would use American slang and whatnot, but Abidjan had like a European kind of West African primarily, but it had like a European second vibe. Where Accra
French, you mean
is
French? You mean
more
French
like,
vibe?
yeah, Accra is more like West African primarily, but then secondary is like a American vibe, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. American and UK. Um,
Yeah,
only reason I probably would pick Accra over Abidjan is because they speak French out there. Like if I spoke French, I'll probably put Abidjan number one over Accra. Maybe,
right.
maybe.
But what I will stop you is there's an election this year in Ghana, so things could possibly change drastically, right? And things could change drastically, and I mean, Accra is I like Accra a lot, man. I like Accra a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I only reason I tell GMT the only reason I chose that I'm choosing Kenya over Ghana right now is because Kenya to me is in a better location. Like it's surrounded by a lot of other dope countries that you can travel to. The internet is better in Kenya. Polygamy is 100% legal in Kenya.
You
Kenya
can't lose
has
your
better
property in a
development.
divorce. You can't lose
Yeah,
your property in divorce in Kenya, and being married in 7 years you get your residency or something. In 7 years you
so,
get your whatever it is you get in 7 years. And if you married to a girl here, if you get divorced, she can't take your property. They got
And don't
so
strong
they have an
laws.
E visa?
so the
Don't they have
laws
an
and
E
stuff
visa
like
too?
that. Yeah, they have e visa. They have it, but I have a 5 year um I have a 5 year visa for Ghana, so I'm pretty good on that for a while.
Yeah, but
See, I
Kenya,
gotta go to Kenya. I
and
haven't been there
and
yet.
Kenya is like $100, bro. It's like the 5 year visa for Kenya is like $100.
See,
Because I'm gonna
Kenya's
keep it
smart,
real
man. That's how
with
you
you.
get people
I'm
to
gonna
come
keep it
over,
real
right?
with you. The women in Kenya, like to me, they don't really appeal to me like in the same way that Kenyan, I mean not Kenyan, as Ghanaian and Ivory Coast women. You know what I
Hey,
mean? So I'm like,
I'm gonna say something about that. So when you go to Ghana, you're gonna see more thick chicks right away. Ivory Coast, see swaggy chicks. South Africa, see baddies. The thing about Kenya, bro, Nairobi, bro, you have to really be here and be outside. Like, look at Austin, bro. All his joints be bad, red bones, bad joints, bro. I got bad joints. You have to be here, bro. You can't just. Cause I know people. Although you go to Tinder, it's not gonna be like what you think it is. But you have to come here, bro. You gonna find what you like, bro. Cause it's like you 1 hour from Tanzania. All the Tanzania girls come for the weekend. You got Rwanda chicks here.
no, that's what I'm
Eastlands,
saying though.
Eastlands is little Somalia. Eastlands is a whole. They got their own mall. Uganda's
That's what
an
I'm saying,
hour flight
GMT.
away, huh?
Like that's what I'm trying to say though. Even if I don't really care for the chicks in Kenya, I can always import chicks from other countries because all of the East African countries that's around Kenya, the flight is maybe like an hour or 2 hours at most. You know what I
One
mean?
hour. It's 1 hour. Ethiopia, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda. I've been
And
all
if
of
I want,
them, except
and if
for
I want to
Somalia.
fly, and I'm gonna definitely fly my Ghanaian chicks out to Nairobi.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
I gotta
saying?
check
Like
that out. I
Tim, I
gotta
think
check out
Tim just
Nairobi.
flew his Ghana chick out here. Tim, he in Mubasa right now. He flew his Ghana chick out here,
But bro,
but he loved Kenya though.
what I will
Tim
say
loved.
about Ghana, bro, is there's so many tribes in Ghana. Like you'll see light skinned women like red bone, but they're pure Ghanaian. That's just their tribe. Like the Ewe. I don't know if you're Ewe. They're from the what eastern region area, Volta. They're like they're like lighter. So it's like, man, when I was in Ghana, man, I saw every shade, bro.
I haven't.
Every
I
shade.
didn't really see. I didn't really see no light skin chicks like that, bro. Like
Really?
in my A-way chick was more like brown skin, but she was thick as hell though. Like this A-way chick I used to deal with, she was like super thick. Like man, like she could definitely compete with like South Africa and Uganda in terms of thickness.
Okay. Well,
But
I'm
I didn't
shocked.
really see no
Maybe
light skin
I'm
chicks like
shocked.
that.
I thought I seen like man, like a lot of shades,
And,
bro. A
and
lot
what's
of
and
shades.
what's your definition of light skin though? because
Well,
with a lot of African people would say it's light skin to a black American would be like brown skin.
I'm like brown. I'm brown. Like I'm not. I don't even know how to explain it, but like I'm brown, but I seen people lighter than me, and like I'm like in the middle. Like I'm brown. I'm not black. I'm brown. But I saw
So you
women lighter than me that were pure generational. Like I saw that a lot
so
too.
have you
So
seen chicks like my color?
I don't even know. I gotta.
Like I have my picture up in the back chat. Like I
Yeah,
I
man. I
would be
saw a lot of
considered
girls just like you,
okay.
bro. Like
Yeah,
red bone, like red.
I'm trying to figure out where you study these chicks, brother. I
Bro,
did not see too
I
many.
was in Accra,
Cause
Pokusi,
I
Osu.
was at a point, bro. Like whenever I see another light skinned person, I'd be like, it'd be like an event. Like yo, like that. Like I would go, bro. I would go like days and weeks without seeing another light
Okay.
skinned person or
Like
without
I was
seeing a white
surprised
person.
because like that's kind of commonplace in like Ghana society. Like there's a lot, like you know what I mean, like the Ewe tribe, for example, they're like mostly red. I'd like the best way to explain is red. They're not like light, like they're red. They got like a tint to them. You know what I mean?
Now
Like
I've seen that where like the chick look more orange. Like it's like a skin tone in Ghana that I've never seen anywhere else, and it's like a brownish orange type skin tone. But I haven't seen no chicks Tanashi's color or Chloe Bailey's color
so how long did you live
or
in Ghana for?
Lato's. I've been living there since 2022.
2022. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little. I don't know, man. My experience, I saw a lot. Maybe a lot's not your a lot, but I saw a lot, man.
Cause look, even a lot of people in Ghana, like they think I'm white. Like they think I'm
No
white
way.
or like some people will say that I'm like black American or they'll call me a burger, which that would be I'm sure that's
What
what you're
about a
considering, right?
brony? What about a brony? You ever heard that?
Not too much. I normally hear burger,
Okay. A brony means like white.
right? Or yeah, like white foreigner, you know.
Burger means like that's from like basically means like a sugar daddy from abroad type deal.
No. I thought burger meant a Ghanaian that moved out of Ghana and lives overseas now.
That's where it originated from.
That's what my girlfriend told me at least.
It originated from Hamburg. Ghanaians went to Hamburg after like in the 70s, whatever, and they would send money back. So they say, "Oh, you got money from Hamburg," and it transitioned to burger, like burger. But
Okay.
it means like you could be black, white, whatever. It just means like a lick type deal. But if you're
Uh
like if someone says a brony, it means like oh you're like white, or like if someone calls you a brony and you're black, it means you're like whitewashed.
bro, cuz I'm not there's plenty of black Americans that are lighter than me. And like I have a couple people like that think I'm white. Like I remember one of the barbers I went to um they charge white people like double what they charge like Africans. It'll be like Africans is one price and white people or non-Africans are another price. And so the barber had to tell the owner like, no, he's black American, so he gets the African price type thing. You know what I mean? So I've gotten that a lot in Ghana.
Gotcha.
But I let people know, man. I might start using that to my advantage.
Yeah,
Like,
bro. I
yeah,
go over
I'm
and like I pretend I don't even speak the language, so I was like, oh, like someone try to rip me off. It's like I just respond back. But the thing is, they speak tree, commonly in Ghana. Like that's the most widely spoken dialect. But I speak Ga because my parents are originally from the capital. So yeah. Anyways, in that cry, I can get like I mean, people
yeah, I
still speak
know I know a
Ga
little tree.
tree,
Yeah,
but
I
yeah, I
I
don't speak
purchased
tree
the
at all, man. But Ghana's
I purchased
diverse,
the
though. That's
books
what
and
I'm saying.
everything, dude. I purchased the tree language guide. It came with a couple
Yeah.
books and some recordings. So I'm like A1 beginner level tree. Like I can have like a simple conversation with tree speakers.
Right. Well, tree's like the best language to learn because everyone speaks it, right? But I guess just my ancestral kind of connection
So
is in
your
Ghana.
people are the people that started a crowd, basically.
Yeah, the capital. Like my grandmother's from Osu, like Osu Castle. I don't know if
Okay.
you've been to Osu, but so yeah, like I grew up hearing Ghana. So like I hear Ghana fluently. I can speak it, but there's some words where it's like I have to really think about it. But if someone's speaking it, I can hear everything, right? Type
Yeah,
thing.
I can't
Yeah.
only the only language from Ghana that I can speak is Tree, and I chose that because it's the most spoken language outside of
Yeah.
English.
Yeah.
But I've had people try to get me to learn like Ga or like there's another language I think it's with an E.
Oh,
You know what I'm
anyway,
talking about?
but the thing is, man,
Anyway,
Ghana
yeah,
is
yeah,
like if
anyway.
you're in Accra, you like Ghana is that's their language, but at the same time, everyone speaks Tree, so even the Ghana people speak Tree, right? So,
Right, exactly.
like you might as well just learn Tree, right? But all those other languages are like, oh, like if you like, what I mean, like Ewe, like you don't really need to know that unless you're going deep in the Volta region and shit, right? But
Right,
I don't
right,
know.
right.
I think the play is, man, go to go to Ghana, get yourself set up comfortable, get your apartment in Accra, and just kind of vibe out, relax. Don't really force anything, and then kind of there's other cities in Ghana, man, and you're gonna see like that's when you kind of really see. Like I compare it to my mother, right? Like, um, she grew up like what's my mother like 52 or something. She grew up in an age where they didn't really have this internet whatever. So it's like you want to meet kind of women like my mother. It's like you're like obviously you can find that in Accra, but if you're based in Accra and you kind of branch out and enjoy these other cities, like Kumasi is the second biggest city. I think like Kumasi is great. I went to Kumasi and I loved Kumasi, man, because it's more like less influenced by the West. It's like real, like the real Ghana is Kumasi. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's a lot cheaper. It's a lot less westernized, and you see a lot more people wearing their traditional like African stuff out there.
Yeah,
I
bro.
now I was talking to one of my neighbors who's actually from Kumasi in my apartment building, and he was saying they party hard in Kumasi. He was like in Kumasi, like people go to church and then they party like the rest of the Sunday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he
Well,
was he
bro,
was he was talking about Kumasi
I'm gonna
like
be real with you, man. I got cousins that live in Ghana. Like, I have a cousin. He was driving me around. He's an engineer in Accra, and he was even saying, man, like we kind of already know the drill, but he was just saying, man, like, I mean, like this generation of women in the dating market is like, man, it's like he wouldn't even really kind of deal with it, man. Like he kind of knows the drill, how they operate. Like he went to university in Ghana. You would think they're all strict and shit, like all conservative. Man, they're just fucking. They were, I mean, they're having a good time, maybe even a better time than colleges in U.S. Right? So it's like,
now I'm
um,
gonna be honest with you, bro. I think that in most capital cities in Africa, the women that are 25, I would say 25, 23 and under are a lot more westernized than the women that are over that age. Um, I noticed a difference between like the chicks that's like 28 and the chicks that's like so basically like millennial chicks in Africa versus the Gen Z chicks. I think the Gen Z chicks are way more westernized than the millennial chicks. Straight up, like even the way that they the slang that they use, their attitude, the way they dress, the way they do their hair. I notice a huge difference between Gen Z and millennial. And this is not just in Accra. I've noticed it in Abidjan. I've noticed it in Lagos. So I agree with you and your cousin 100%. It's like a shift that's taking place uh based on a different generation. It's like the younger generation of women are becoming more westernized through social media. Like I could tell you a funny story, man. Um, one young chick I was dealing with, she was like 22, beautiful, dark skinned chick. You know what I mean? gorgeous, gorgeous, dark skinned uh, young lady from Ghana, and we was watching a movie, and we was about to go out, and I was like, I want you to go natural when we go out today, because she like to wear a lot of wigs, and she was like, "Oh, I'll go natural for you, but I don't really want to because I'm gonna look like a crackhead." Um, I always tell this story, right? Like in Ghana, like there's not really crack in Ghana. Like there's like dope fiends in Ghana. You know what I mean? People that do like heroin and stuff like that. But as far as like crack cocaine, that's not really a thing in Ghana. So I'm saying that to say like she's using Black American slang, but it doesn't even really apply to her reality. You know what I mean? So what
That's crazy.
you get a lot of African chicks that are Gen Z, and they watch a lot of TikToks, they watch a lot of YouTube videos, and they listen to a lot of music of Black Americans through social media. Like even the hair tutorials, my chick, she will watch hair tutorials of Black Americans on how to do certain hairstyles. So all of this social media influence is making it where you have younger people, and it's not just the women, it's the dudes too. You having them dress more like Black Americans, you having them talk like Black Americans more, and all of the stuff in terms of like Black American, and not just Black American either. It's Black UK influence too. Like the way they wear makeup, the way they do their hair, and the way they dress. All of these influences are coming to the younger generation because they're more into the social media, and they're mimicking
Right.
a lot of the bad habits of
Right.
Hey,
the Black Americans. Okay.
bro. I feel you 100%. I hate when my Kenyan girlfriend uses American slang. She listening right now, bro. I hate it when she uses American slang. But I'm gonna answer this question right here. They say, can y'all talk about hotels versus Airbnbs in Kenya, South Africa? I'm gonna do Kenya and South Africa, and then I'm gonna pass to y'all to do West Africa. But for me, in Kenya, the hotel prices are really kind of high. They're like expensive, like $100 and everything. And just like a regular small hotel, Airbnbs are way cheaper, and you get like the kitchen, you can cook and all that stuff. South Africa, you can get more of reasonable hotels, and but Airbnbs are still cheaper. You know what I'm saying? It's just like America. You know what I'm saying? So that's in my experience. Hotels, I, sometimes if I'm taking a long flight, I rather hotel for easy check-in the first night. Then my long stays, I prefer Airbnbs because it's always cheaper and it's more accommodating for long term. But my first night, sometimes I'll prefer a hotel just because the check-in is easier. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna pass to y'all about West Africa. What y'all think?
Uh, I,
Um, Airbnbs versus hotels in West Africa.
I'm gonna be quick. Basically, a hack I found in Ghana is Airbnb a couple nights and then get the number from the host, contact them personally and say, "Oh, I want to stay for a month or whatever," and you can work something a lot way cheaper than Airbnb with them. And I've done that a couple times, so it works.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Airbnb is a lot cheaper. Matter of fact, I think you used one of the Airbnbs that I recommended when you went to Accra, if I'm not mistaken. If it wasn't you, I know somebody from the group, or like a couple people from the group that used the Airbnb I recommended for Accra, and it was only I think it was only like $50 a night, and it was like on the outskirts of Osu, so you was in a good location. You know what I mean, to get right to Oxford Street and everything. And another thing is hotels in Accra are expensive, and you don't really get the level of service that you would get at these hotels compared to the US for the same price. You know what I mean? So I would say Airbnb all day. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
agree. Airbnb,
I'm with
most
GMT,
definitely
man.
Airbnb.
I hate it when African women use Black American slang, because I'm like this, man. Like when I'm dating a chick from another country, I really want to feel like I'm dating a totally different type of woman. Like I want to feel like a uniqueness about you based on the African or based on the country that you're from. And that goes for and look, I'll say I had the same issue with Afro Latinas in Colombia. Like some of these Afro Latinas in Colombia be listening to they be listening to like trap music from the US. They be listening to what's that dude that died named King Von and NBA Youngboy and all these gangster artists, and they don't even speak English. Like they don't even understand. Like it's one Afro Latina chick that I dealt with, and she was listening to Black American trap music, and she was watching the videos with Spanish subtitles. So like to me, I hate that, man. I want a chick to be unique based on the country that she's in. I don't want a clone of a Black American woman. You know what I mean? I want like if I want a Black American woman, I'll get a Black American woman. But if I'm going to Ghana, I want a chick that's gonna be unique to Ghana. If I'm going to Kenya, I want a chick that's gonna be unique to Kenya.
Right.
That's how I feel about it anyway.
But what I want to say is, be careful because, for example, you could meet a woman in America. She might be a bit more masculine, whatever, blah blah, hood, whatever you want to call it, but she might be the most loyal person ever. Just her initial persona or whatever is okay, bit masculine, blah blah, whatever. But she might be the most loyal person ever. When you go over to Africa, you might meet a woman. She's super feminine, does everything for you, and you might just be under her spell. Be this is I've never seen anything like that. You might just think she's the best woman ever, but at the same time, you need to understand that it's not just perfect in Africa. A woman could be presenting super feminine, does everything for you, but she could be running game on you too, right? So it's like it's more like you got to get to know people because what I found in Accra and Ghana is women present themselves super feminine, whatever, super submissive, etc., etc. That's just a culture. Yes, please. No, please. But really need to, if you're looking for a long term thing, you really got to get to know the person, or you can get yourself in trouble, right?
Yeah, I did a video a couple years ago. And the title was "Don't Be Red Pill for American Women, just to go blue pill for foreign women." So I agree with you, man. What I found about Ghanaian women is they're a lot more subtle and sneaky with their stuff. Like most Black American women will tell you straight up, like, okay, yeah, I'm having sex with other dudes,
Yep,
and
agreed. Agreed.
they'll just like they're blatant, obvious, and upfront about their BS. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of them, not all of them, but many of them, they don't really have decorum about what they do. Whereas a Ghanaian woman, if she's doing some dirt, like she'll cook your food, she'll listen to whatever you gotta say, and she might be talking to one or more dudes on the side, low key. Like she may have like it's some women in Ghana where they be having dudes from other countries sending them money, and they never even met the dude in person. But she may have a boy, you may be her boyfriend as a foreigner, or she may have a local Ghanaian dude as a boyfriend, but she got foreigners sending her money just because she talking with them. You know what I mean? Like, man, I didn't heard so many stories like from chicks that I didn't dated or talked to out there, or like my current girlfriends, where it's like one had a dude pay for their apartment. They had a white guy from the U.S. pay for her apartment for the entire year, and this dude has never physically met her in person. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly, bro. That happens, and that's why I was warning people. Is like, okay, coming from the Western world, dealing with Western world, you might be okay. Like this girl's perfect; she's acting totally differently, but at the same time, it's like you have to, judge her on the aggregate value of her actions, right? Not just she stayed with me for a month, she was cooking, clean, submissive, right? You don't really you really need to understand who you're dealing with, right? And not just get brainwashed and mesmerized by
Y-
the initial interaction.
Yeah, you have to vet these women thoroughly if you're trying to have a serious relationship. Like I say, the women in Ghana, like like for me, Black American women and Nigerian women are like they're how can I put it? They're blatant about their dirt that they do. Whereas women, like other African women and like Ghanaian women, they'll do it low key behind the scenes and be sneaky about it. You know what I mean? Like a Nigerian chick or a like American chick, they'll cheat. They'll cheat with a dude, and if you find out and confront them, then they'll admit it and kind of be disrespectful and bold about it. Like, yeah, I cheated, so what? Type thing. But a Ghanaian chick, she'll deny it and she'll be doing it low key behind the scenes. And the thing about it too is, like most Ghanaian chicks, let's say if they're doing some sneaky stuff behind your back, they'll still do everything you ask them. Like they'll still be submissive. If you tell them to do this, they'll listen. If you tell, they'll cook you food every day. They'll but they'll be low key behind the scenes talking to other guys. You know what I mean? They'll have sex with you every day. You know what I mean? But whereas like in a Black American, you could tell when a Black American chick cheating on you because she gonna stop cooking for you. She gonna stop having sex with you. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So yeah, vet every chick the same, have the same rigor of vetting a woman, regardless of the country, regardless of the culture, because this social media stuff is really making uh these younger people, not just women, but people in general, are becoming more westernized. Like, you got African guys that are no longer wanting to be married, like they just want to be players. Like they see Black American guys having all these different women, and not marrying them and stuff like that, and they kind of on the same mindset. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, man. And it's not just Africa; it's the whole world, man. It's Latin America. It's it's Asia. You know what I mean? All of these countries, the women are becoming more westernized, but I still say that you would get a better deal than some of these women in UK and America. You know what I mean? Because you got women in UK and America that's setting people up. They setting dudes up to get robbed and killed. They setting dudes up to be drugged and robbed. And I don't really see that happening in Ghana yet. I don't really see. I don't know of anybody that's been set up to be robbed by a
Nah,
Ghanaian chick or set up
nah,
to be drugged by a Ghanaian
nah,
chick.
nah. That doesn't happen because there's community justice in Ghana. That's like an unsung thing, right? Like they don't really play with that robbery or drugging or stealing. That's just kind of in the society, right? like,
Now, I do see stealing in Ghana. I have seen a lot of stealing. I've seen thieves be chased down.
bro, I saw a thief got
Um,
beat down, bro, for stealing.
I've
Bro, what he
seen
stole, but he got beat down, bro. So,
like I see more in Ghana. I don't really see a whole lot of violent crime. I've seen a lot of white collar crime. So like a lot of real estate disputes between people. I've seen like not robbing but stealing. So like I don't really hear about too many people getting robbed at gunpoint. What I hear about is like a person like snatching somebody's purse, or maybe if somebody leaves their window open at night, they'll like snatch something from their window and run type stuff, or
right,
snatch something in the market and run. But I don't really hear
right,
about too much Armstrong robbery, strong
right,
arm robbery and stuff like that.
right.
So
Well, because the highest percentage of robberies happen because women are conning men. So that's why I'm just emphasizing, because this is coming from my cousin that is on the ground living in Accra. He said, "Be careful with these women because the economy is becoming harder and harder. Inflation's really high in Ghana right now, so people are a bit squeezed, especially in the capital where it's really expensive. So these women, I mean, they'll kind of do whatever they got to do to survive, right? So just
yeah,
kind of be careful."
I mean, I know a lot of older guys that have been like romance scam. Not a lot, but I know some older guys that have been romance scam in Ghana. But I don't know, man. The place that I was born in the U.S. has really opened my eyes and made me almost impervious, or like anybody could get got, right? But what I learned growing up in the hood, like uh it really has me to be able to notice a lot of scams and stuff like before they even happen, and so I can just kind of sidestep them. Whereas like I don't know, a lot of other people that come to Ghana are more um green is what we'll call it. Like with me growing up in the hood, it's like all of the stuff that people try in different countries that try to scam you, like this is stuff that I've seen people do in the hood where I'm from since childhood. So it's like it's almost like I can see it coming before they're even able to, like I see it coming from a mile away. So I've never had any issues getting scammed or anything like that in Ghana. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. But I,
No,
I
no,
just see the stuff coming.
no, I get where you're coming from. I guess just let me put it plainly is like, and like, this is not, you know, it doesn't encompass the whole country, but economy's hard. So even young men, right, in Ghana, like Ghanaian men are saying, "Oh, I can't like get married or find a woman because I don't really have my job situation set up right." So Ghana is really all about, it's transactional. Like I'm just gonna be real. Like it's really transactional. Like what can you do for her, right? That's really what it is, right? So I don't know. Maybe you can go to these others, but at least in Accra, man, it's transaction. What can you do for me to improve
Now
my
I'm gonna be
lifestyle? That's
honest.
it.
I've heard like women say that. Like I remember I was watching there's a program. It's like a relationship program that comes on the TV in Ghana, and it's like a bunch of professional women that get together and talk with like professional men, and they were complaining that the men in Ghana are more transactional in relationships. Um, but like for me personally, I haven't had the transactional experience in Ghana. I'm just saying for me personally, I don't know why. And I always tell guys I'm a light skinned dude, so I may have light skin privilege when I go to Ghana. So a guy that's maybe dark skinned, he might not have the same experience as me. You know what I mean? And I always try to put that disclaimer out there. You know what I mean? Because I think that if you're a Ghanaian and most of the people in your country are dark skin or brown skin, I would think that a lighter skin man would look more exotic to them. You know what I mean? Whereas a lot of black Americans, they may look like Nigerians, or so it's not that big of a deal to them when they see them. Like I've had chicks in Ghana, like when we go out on a date, like they came and bought me a gift, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. And the chicks that did it that I went on a date with, they never asked me for any money. You know what I mean? Like the two main chicks I have right now, well, okay, one of them never asked me for money, and I'll just give her money. And the other one, she didn't ask me for money until like I was already in Ghana for like a year, you know what I'm saying? And like before that, we talked online like a year or 2 years before that, because I was initially supposed to come to Ghana in 2020, but then COVID happened. And so I wasn't able to get out to Ghana until 2022, basically, because they wasn't letting Americans into the country um during that time. So yeah, everybody's experience would probably be different. Um, I'll just say, always vet any chick from any country the best way you can, because there are women in every country that are looking at you as a meal ticket, um, and what you can do for them financially. But because my experience my experience was that most of the Nigerian chicks that I dealt with in Ghana wanted money, and most of the Ghanaian chicks that I dealt with in Ghana, they didn't necessarily want money. You know what I mean? Like they were more. A lot of them are more so dating like Western women, and what I mean by that is most women in the West, or I'm not gonna say most, but a lot of women in the West are dating. They have their own money, so they're dating for love, intimacy, good sex, and stuff like that. But they're not like a lot of women in the West aren't going to deal with a dude that they don't find attractive for money. You know what I mean? They're gonna have to be at least somewhat attracted to the guy to even deal with him. Out in Ghana, my experience was a lot of the Nigerian chicks were down for whatever, um, as long as you paid the right price. And a lot of Ghanaian chicks were just not really impressed so much by money. A lot of times, it was just they was rocking with me because they was attracted to me. And I'm not gonna lie, man. I keep it real. This is a sad confession right here. You listening, GMT?
I'm listening.
This is a sad confession, man. I had a bad chocolate chick that I was dealing with. Like she's probably, I think most guys would probably say she's like a 7.5, 8, or even some guys will probably say a 9, right? I ain't gonna say she definitely not a dime, but she's definitely on the higher end of attractiveness. And I fumbled this chick because I thought she wanted money, but she wanted something else. And I wasn't giving her the other thing that she wanted. And so the chick, I wound up fumbling the chick. You know what I mean? Like this was one of the chicks that when I would go out with this chick, like dudes would come up to me and give me props on how bad she is. Like I get the head nods from different dudes, like, yo, your chick bad as hell, bro. Salute. And a lot of guys in Ghana come to you on some respect stuff, like, hey man, your chick bad as hell. They'll dap you off and keep you moving. You know what I mean? And they'll give you props. So I fumbled this chick thinking that money would keep her, but she was really looking for something outside of money because she had her own business, where she sells a product, and she was making decent money. She makes way more money. I mean, she don't make a lot of money for Western standards, but she was making way more money than, like, she was probably making 3 to 4 times the amount that the average Ghanaian makes. You know what I mean? Like she
Hey,
was.
hey, I got a question for you about the same topic. Hey, and first of all, hey Tony, what's up, my guy, man? Appreciate you. That's my cousin right there. But what do you think is the best way to nicely like ask a chick if she about money or not? Like without being indirect. Like what you think is the best way to like be like, like if you like if you don't really know if she about money or
Man,
she a
that's
non-pro
a
or
good question.
so what's a good way for you to like what's your way that you try to do it? And I'm gonna pass it to Port City after you. Like what's the best way to like ask her or indirect without hurting her
I'm
feelings or
gonna
ruining the
I'm gonna be
situation?
honest with
I
you.
did, I did the same thing King before, so I know what you're talking about.
I, I have no idea how to do that because I always ask them straight up, and I'm gonna be honest, bro. I always ask chicks straight up, and a lot of times they get offended. But here's the thing. Like seriously, bro. Like I've asked a couple chicks on Tinder, and they got mad and blocked me. But here's the thing that make it confusing about in West Africa. I don't know if this is in other parts of Africa, but in West Africa they have this thing called hookup girls. And so hookup girls are basically pros, but they don't want to be labeled as a pro. So like I've had a couple like Nigerian chicks where I'll try to take them out on a date, and it was like, nah, uh, I'm not really interested in going out. Let's just go to your place. And when it's time to come to the place, they'll be like, I hope you're gonna be generous, and I hope you're gonna be generous. So basically, like these chicks don't consider themselves prostitutes, but they'll come smash, and they're expecting you to break them off some type of money after you smash. Cause it's like the chick before she came over, she was like, you know, basically alluding to that she wanted me to give her some money. And I was like, nah, I'm good. Because the chick, she was really like an average chick, you know what I mean? She was like a 5 out of 10. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, why I'm gonna pay money to get with a 5 out of 10 when both of my girlfriends are like 7 and above, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not paying them money. But so yeah, I don't know, bro. I've asked a couple pros on Tinder in Ghana, and like both they either stopped talking to me after I tell them that, or they got mad at me and blocked me on the app. So I don't know.
I appreciate it. Hey man, hey Patrick man, welcome in here. But I'm gonna pass to Port City, Vic. How do you ask a chick a nice way to see if she want money or she a regular chick?
I think you really gotta first understand like the culture. So like I'm Ghanaian, pure blooded Ghanaian by culture. I wasn't born there, but both my parents were. Long story short is, in Ghana, it's commonplace if a family doesn't have money, they will send their child away to live with another family and whatever. So they'll go live with another family and they'll go to school and be house help and whatnot. So, like, I look at it this way, like a lot of girls in Ghana, even on these apps, man, they're not just gonna flat out and like ask you for money unless I hate to say it, man, unless they're Nigerian, but like they're straight up not gonna ask you like, oh, I'm gonna come over. This is whatever, right? They at least have some sort of humility. If you're really on the on like if you're scraping the bottom of the barrel, they'll go out for you for dinner, and then whatever happens at their place. Maybe they might ask you for something, but someone said in the comments they kind of play the long game. Like it's like a
Hey,
lifestyle
y'all can
thing.
hear
They're not
me?
going to ask you for money. It's like a
Yeah,
lifestyle.
we can hear you. I'm
All right,
pass to
cool.
you after you finish. After
All
you
right, my fault, my fault.
after Port City finished, then I'm pass to you.
All right, bet.
So I look at it this way: like it's like they might not just straight up ask you for money, but they might just be like a friend that comes over and you go out to eat and do this and that, and that's kind of how that's kind of how it happens in Ghana, right? So
Oh,
that's what I
that's
was gonna say. Like, why would I go to a club and pop some bottles when I can go on an app and take them out for ice cream and it's a wrap after that? Like, that's kind of like
I
that's
feel
my
you. I feel
experience
you.
at least.
Hey, that make a lot of sense. So Jay, welcome. Introduce yourself to everybody and tell everybody what you think about this and introduce yourself, where you from, and then to let everybody know what you think about this.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thanks
What's
GMT
going on?
for your channel and whatnot. I've been tapping in recently. I just found you and everyone else who's on live too. I'm Jason. I'm Wakum on the what's it called in the chat. So I was listening. I was like, nah, I gotta call in because what's it called? Like the brother too. I'm Ghanaian, so I was born in Philly and I was raised out here too. So I've been back home only one time. That was like a minute ago. But I'm like, I got a lot of like, uncles, cousins, and whatnot, and like I'm in the community too. So I could see that's why I was just reading some of the things, and I was like, yeah. And I've dated like 3 Ghanaian chicks. One was Lebanese. She was like mixed. She was like a red bone type of thick joint. That was in college though, but yeah, I've dated them. I just know how they move, and then I see similarities between them and then a lot of my other African like friends. Like I got friends from Nigeria, Ivory Coast, a lot of West African people. I grew up around a lot of West African people, so I could see how they move and how they interact. So when I was looking at this, I was like, "Oh, nah, I need to tap in," because, like the question you just asked, really and truly, you don't even need to ask them. You could just see, and then you got to think about it too. Like when you're coming over there, you really like you. It's just gonna be automatic because if we keeping it real, the African men, if you just look at it for what it is, they have a trick nature. Like just that's just the reality. Like even the music, when you hear all the music and whatnot, it's always about tricking. All the stuff is about tricking in Africa. It's just like, hey, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna buy you a house. Even like I like whiskey. You listen to whiskey, he's like, I'll buy you a house I'll buy you a car from Germany and all this other stuff. Everything about the male in Africa is about tricking it off. So the women are accustomed to that. So if you come in there, it's like expected that, hey, you're not paying money, what's going on? That makes sense. For most
I
people,
can
that's just the reality of it. For most of them, they
I can
expect
kind of
you to
agree
do
because
that.
when
I
I was
feel
in
like
Ghana, I met a chick and she told me if you smash the first night, you should give her something. Well, that's what a regular Ghana chick told me. Like she had a good job, she was cool, and she told me like if you smash right away, it's just being a gentleman to give her something. And that's what I
She
thought. You know what I'm saying? I'm past anybody else, whatever.
bold.
Y'all want to agree or disagree?
No, she was being bold. You gotta take her out to make shopping or something the day after. But she was being bold. But it's like expect, oh,
Yeah,
I gave myself to you. Like you gotta shower me with something, right?
yeah, she was upfront with you. Well,
No,
because that's
I
wild.
just think it was I think it's more like Igbo men that's on that, like tricking
Yeah,
because like
I will say hands down the Nigerian, like a lot of Nigerian niggas trick. They be they out of everyone, they top one. Hands
because even
down.
even African guys from other countries be complaining about like how the Nigerian guys be tricking on women from other countries.
Yeah, that's true.
So like I've heard Kenyan guys
Ghana too.
talk about it. I've heard
Yeah.
Ghanaian guys talk about it, and I've heard South African guys talk about it.
Yeah, that's true. Cause
So
Ghanaian men, they be calling us tight. They say out of everyone, Ghanaian men are the most tight. Like they tight with their wallet.
yeah, I've heard that about Ghanaian men, and I've heard that about Kenyan men as well. But to be honest with you, I don't even think that it's them being tight. I just think it's them being smart with their money. You
Yeah,
know what
that's
I
a
mean?
fact. Because the really and truly for well, outside of certain people like the Nigerians, outside of like for Ghana, I can speak for us. A Ghanaian guy will only spend his money if he feels like, yo, this is my woman. Like this is my like that's my actual wife. He'll spend money on her. But outside of that, it's like, why would I spend money on you?
And honestly, man, like I said earlier before you joined, man, I've had like I've dated some Ghanaian chicks, and you know, they bought me gifts, and they never asked me for money. The only problem, with one Ghanaian chick was like she, you know, she did stuff like that and cooking stuff like that, but she was not down for me dealing with other women. So that was the deal breaker. But if she would have been okay with me dealing with other women, you know, I think she could have definitely been wife material. You know what I mean? She don't
Mm,
drink, she don't do drugs. She wasn't really asking me for money like that. Um,
Exactly.
she,
Like if you look at Ghanaian culture, like women were the breadwinners, right? Like they were out on the street,
yeah.
whatever, right? So if you meet a good girl that's really a hustler and really like willing to spend money on you, like you're lucky, right? But
Hmm.
you know what I mean? Like in Ghana, it's not out of the ordinary for the guy to be at home and the woman out selling, hustling, right?
That's a fact. Even with my like I was telling y'all, we got a market out here, African market. That's why it's, a lot of the stuff you talk about, I just see it in person. I be seeing like white dudes coming like, hey, this is my wife, and I'm like, oh, how'd y'all meet? Oh, we met on Facebook, and I'm looking at her like, damn, shawty, because I could tell. I'm like, man, she hustling for that green card. You know what I'm saying? But he's right though, because even within my like dynamic, all the women I know in my family, they the ones who really be getting the bag, and the dudes they get money, but like they're more like calm and slow, whereas the women are more about it. And I've always seen that. Even when you go to church, when you go to functions and all that,
now,
it's really the
now
women that run that shit.
I'll say this, like, so it really depends on which tribe, right?
You
But
right
from what I
about that.
saw in Ghana, um, like women more so run the markets in Ghana because
Hmm.
like during colonialism, at some point it switched over from the men running the market than from the women. And when the men tried to get the market back, they was having issues. So I blame colonialism for that. But I
Yeah, there's
don't
definitely a part of that because like, and
I
then
don't think historically, like, you know, pre-colonial times it was like that. I like from my understanding that sort of happened in during colonial times. But as far as like education and who makes the more money in Ghana, I mean, in Ghana, I looked at the data because I was having a conversation on another panel a couple years ago, and we was comparing the stats from Black Americans to Ghanaians, and we were showing how Black American men are less educated than Black American women, but in Ghana the men are more educated, the men make more money, et cetera, et cetera. So like in the country of Ghana, I don't know how it is with the Ghanaians that's in America or UK, but in the country of Ghana, the men are more educated at every level. The men make more money. Like the major businesses that go on in Ghana, the men dominate those areas. But the one area of business that the women do dominate is the local markets. So if you go to the outside markets, like there's a bunch of outside markets in Ghana, in Accra, and all the other cities where you buy like fruits, vegetables, and different products. The women definitely dominate those outside markets. But when you talk about the serious mid-sized and large businesses, the men dominate those. So like in Ghana, there's there's Ghanaian versions of different businesses like they have in America. Like there's a potato chip business that's like we have Cheetos in America. They have a business like that that's owned by a guy, but it's the name of it is like similar to Cheetos, but they just kind of switched the name up basically. I can't remember what it was, but they like added a different letter in front. So like they have pizza franchises where they have multiple locations. Like they have this place called Chicken Man, Pizza Man, who's a Ghanaian guy. He has like over 20 locations across the country. So all of these big major and businesses with multiple locations, stuff like that. The guys definitely dominate in Ghana as far as that. Like, and I want to say this too. A lot of people think that Ghana is matriarchal. That's not true. The Khan tribe, which is the largest ethnic group in Ghana, like their tribe, like their ethnic group is made up of 12 patriarchal clans and 12 matriarchal clans. And when you say matriarchal, that doesn't mean that the women dominate, but the women definitely have more power in those matriarch or matrilineal clans, I should say. Like in those clans, the stuff are passed down uh, through the women basically. And so a lot of people get that misconception that Ghana is matriarchal. Most of the tribes in Ghana are 100% patriarchal, but the Khans do have matrilineal clans within their group. So I don't know about Ga, but I know Awe and the Gombe. Those are patriarchal clans up in the north and the
Right.
like Volta region and stuff.
Right.
So yeah.
No, you're right, and I guess when I was saying like dominated by women, I would say all those businesses that have grown to be large businesses across the country, they were started by women carrying stuff on their heads at some point to accumulate money and whatnot. But that's just such a big point of Ghanaian economy is it's service industry based, right? There's not a lot of value creation. When it comes to value creation, that's when you have like men that are in STEM, engineers, whatever, adding value. But it's mainly service based. So it's like, okay, who would you rather have selling you something or persuading you to sell, to buy this and that? It's mainly women, right? And men historically, before colonialism, were in the house, right, or in the fields, right? But yeah,
Yep. Yep. So so yeah. It's interesting, man. It's interesting. Like, cause I remember watching a documentary. Like it's different cultures. Like I know the Khan tribe.
That's actually
Back
the
in
tribe I'm from. Well, I'm part of it because
you're a
my mom's
Khan.
a yeah, my mom's Ashanti and
Okay.
my pops is Kwewu. So
Okay.
like
I didn't know you was Ghanaian. That's what's up.
yeah, I'm Ghanaian. Yeah.
So I remember. I mean, I'm not Ghanaian, but I'm not going to argue with somebody about their own culture. But I did remember seeing a documentary about pre-colonial. No, not pre-colonial, but it was about Akans in the '60s, and they were talking about how the there was one lady. She was the queen mother of the market, and they was talking about how even though she ran the market with all the women, even when she went back to her husband, she still had to give him the money type thing. And they will talk about how the Khans, the men, like let's say an Khan man, he would live with like his grandfather and his uncles and his father in one house, and then his wives would live like with their mother and aunts in another house with the children. So it was like separate living with the kind. So that's just a random thing about like different cultures. So like you really gotta get into the culture. And the reason why I push back against that matriarchal stuff so much because like black Americans are really from like a matriarchal culture. So like you have a lot of women that try to say, oh well, the Khans in Africa are matriarchal, so that's African culture, but it's really totally different thing with our culture and the culture in like Ghana that may be matrilineal. You know what I'm saying? But they try to like like there's a viral post on Instagram I saw one time, and it was like this American chick trying to say, oh, the Khan culture in Ghana is the one of the most powerful matriarchal cultures. The women are the leaders in this culture. And when I lived in Ghana, I mean, this was like far from the case. And even when I researched on the history of Ghana, like I have there's an Akan book that I have that it's like a book of Akan proverbs. It's really good, and it kind of gives you an insight into the culture as well. And I'll tell you one thing, boy, the Akans that existed before colonialism was like it was like the manosphere before the manosphere, because the stuff they be saying in that book, it be sound. I don't know if y'all know what red pill is, but the stuff they be saying up in there be red pill as hell. Like the way they thought back then at least was straight up like cut and dry. Like they just kept it real with you about society and the nature of men and women and stuff like that. So
Yeah, you know what? It's interesting because it's like the way I think if you can compare it to like the animal kingdom, the easiest way to look at the dynamic would be if you know about lions, like the lion, like there's the head, but he's not really doing a lot of the groundwork. He sends out the women to do the groundwork, but then the women come back and make sure that they provide whatever they got to him. And then after that, he's there to make sure that you provide, like you support, just in case anyone tries to come in and violates. I say that's how I would compare it if you look at it from like an animal kingdom perspective.
but
If
Yeah,
see
that
that's a
makes
good way
sense.
to put it.
the
That's a
black
good way to put it.
American culture is more like the African hyena,
Mm,
right? If you
yeah,
ever
okay, I can
if
see
you
that.
if you ever learned about the spotted hyena in Africa, like that's straight up, female led, you know what I mean? Like whereas I agree with your analogy about the I agree with your analogy about the in Africa it's more like lions, which for me I still consider the lion pride more patriarchal,
Hmm.
where it's like the man pretty much runs stuff, but the women definitely put in a lot of groundwork. Because
Yeah,
even when you look at a lot of tribes in Africa, women did a lot more work than let's say European women. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Right, right,
Like a lot of tribes, you had
right,
women, in the fields and stuff
right.
like that, and all that type of stuff. So, but it's complex, man. You got to really uh, either come from those cultures or do your research because like it can look like one thing on the outside,
yeah. Until you
but when
get
you get
in.
on the inside, yeah, it's
But
totally different.
and what you're saying is interesting because it's like what I think because a lot of us is like we live in when you look at like black people now, a lot of black people now are living under Western rules, and the reality is that shit don't work for black people because it's not. It's like you can't take a fish and try to put it on land and expect it to operate well. That's how I see a lot of us. Is like we're taken out of our environments, even back home, because a lot of people, like you're saying now, because of that Western influence and a lot of stuff, the dynamics and everything is flipped, and it's
Yeah,
really not how it should be. And that's why when people are like, "Damn, why can't this place develop?" and all this, is because it's like you trying to do things like you're in Europe, and it's like we're not European at
yeah,
heart.
I agree with you 100%. There's a book called Tragedy and Hope by this professor called Quigley, who President Bill Clinton was a student of his when he was in college. Um, I think that in that book, one of the things they talk about in this book is how Western culture is going to get transplanted to all of these different countries around the world as time goes by.
Yeah,
And he wrote this book in like I think like the 60s or something like that. And it's so far it's coming true, but I do think the only hope right now is that you do have a counterbalance with like China, Russia, and the whole BRICS coalition, where they're kind of trying to push back against that Western culture, kind of overtaking, um, different countries around the world. And so we just gonna have to see what happened, man. We got to see what happened. But the book I was talking about is called, I think it's pronounced Bumi B Proverbs of the Akan. Like if you listen to the Manosphere, bro, some of the stuff they say in this book is like Manosphere talking points before the Manosphere. You know what I mean? Like 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 it's a lot of stuff that's in this book that, like, if you said this in America, they'll say, "Oh, you're a misogynist," or
Right.
you hate women. Like these are kind priests and stuff like that. Man, they was keeping it real way hundreds of years ago. Man,
Right.
it's crazy.
Well, even in Ghana, there's still tribalism, right? Like that's pretty big.
yeah.
Oh
That's
That's
yeah,
all.
pretty
I
yeah.
would
big.
say all throughout the continent, and it's like it's unfortunate because that's how they use that in order to like separate people to then be able to go in and exploit people without them realizing like you getting played.
So my biggest thing, man, I chose Africa 'cause I'm like, man, I'm not trying to live in no matriarchy no more. Hell with that. I gotta, even though some of the brothers in Africa are simping, like at least they still have the dignity to still be ahead of their families and ahead of their countries and stuff like that. And they pretty much still run everything. I mean, there's a couple countries like Rwanda seems a lot more feminist, and I think part of that is because most of their
The
men got
genocide and
killed
whatnot.
of the
Yeah, yeah,
genocide, so
definitely
it's a high percentage of women compared to
running
men.
stuff. Yeah,
You know what I mean? But for the most part, man, um, no matter what you say about Africa or any of these African countries, for the most part, the men run things, through a patriarchy. But I will say that these African patriarchies, they do seem to have a lot more respect for women than like some of these European patriarchies back in the day. So I will say that. Like a lot of African women have a lot more rights and stuff like that. Like even in Ghana, you know what I mean? But when you look at it from the power dynamic, the men still hold the power in these countries. You know what I mean? So, and but I don't know if you know about the situation how it is with the Black American community, but man, it's like, yeah, man, I just can't be a part of that. I can't be a
I
part of
mean, nah, because I live in Philly, so I see it. Like I see it. I see both sides because the thing is, well, a lot of people don't realize is for instance, I was born here. I was born and raised here. So when I see people like I got cousins or relatives that come over, you can see the switch off real quick. Like it's like, damn, you were this way, but then the moment they stay here long enough, it eventually you're going to revert into what the society standard is. So you're going to
right.
see women start to move like that. So that's when I realized, like, oh, okay, you know what? It doesn't even matter. Like, if you, for instance, I've seen a lot of my uncles. Oh, they met somebody back home and then they bring him over. That's a sign for disaster. The
That's
moment
out.
she gets
That's
here,
out.
it's a wrap.
That's out.
It's a wrap because I even like at the store, a lot of dudes from all over different countries, same problem. They like, damn, I brought the girl over here, paid for her school, did all this stuff. Next thing you know, she acting like she's big. She got me kicked out my house. I got locked up. I was like, damn, I'm over here listening to the story like, oh, that's crazy. But
So
the
the
moment you
so
bring
the
them
thing
over
about
here,
it
it's a wrap.
is, like the situation in my community is complex, but a lot of people think this stuff happened after like civil rights and with feminism and all that. But our community has kind of been like this. Like there's a bunch of like African American sociologists that have studied it and kind of laid out um, the black family structure and all that type of stuff. But this stuff comes from slavery. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
a lot of the same stuff exists and like Brazil and Colombia, like with Africans, in Brazil and Colombia and Panama and stuff like that. Um, so like I just decided, man, like why would you want to be a man in that type of system where it's like there's no respect for the man? You know what
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean? The women get
Nah, I agree
control
with
of
you
the
on that.
children. You know what I mean? So it's like everything you see with my community, it's like it's being steered. It's not being steered by the men. You know what I mean? But there's two different cultures. Like my people are more like there's a sociologist called E. Franklin Frazier that studied Black Americans, right? He said there's two different types of cultures in the Black community. He said there's like a matriarchal slave culture that derives from like slavery and you know, uh, white trash hillbilly culture out of the South, and then there's a more Gentile patriarchal culture of like free people of color. You know what I'm saying? So another guy named Kenneth Clark, he calls it the tango of pathology. And so what's happening in the U.S. is like that same messed up culture that we have is like spreading to other communities, and it's like it can't be stopped. You know what I mean? So that's
Yeah,
why you
that's
see like other cultures, like you see women from other cultures doing like the same stuff. Like certain women from my culture doing like the whole sexy red thing,
yeah, yeah.
twerking and
Nah,
all that type of
it
stuff.
goes on too, because even like for instance, like you was talking about the I forgot who, but someone mentioned the drill music, like in Ghana, where my mom's from. What's it called? In that region, the kids there, they be doing the music too. Like they got a one song they call themselves Cool America. Literally, like where
Oh
my
yeah, that shit's
grandma's
in
from.
Kumasi.
Yeah, exactly. It's in Kumasi. Where my grandma's from, they changed the name of the town. They're like, oh, this is no longer they call it Louisiana. And I'm just laughing because I watched this and I'm
Oh, that's
like,
crazy.
yeah, they be doing that too. So the reality is everything that's happening here is eventually, unfortunately, is going to happen there because the reality is this: the leaders only are interested in themselves. So they will sell out the country for the dollar to be able to live well for themselves. They don't look down the future and realize the moment you keep on taking this foreign aid money and you're not actually using it for what it's meant to be used, and you allow these people to come in here pushing their agendas and all this, then eventually it's going to be like this. And like you're saying, it's going to spread everywhere. It's not just
It, and that's what
Ghana
the
and all, it's all over the world. And
like
that's the reality.
that's one of the main themes of the book, Tragedy and Hope, that I talked about, is that this all of the bad stuff about Western culture, like materialism
Yeah,
and
yeah.
gynocratism, all that stuff is, according to him, is going to spread like worldwide. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
because
so,
even it's the materialistic part is true because it's like when you really look at it, a lot of like if you really go back and look at how the culture was before all this colonialism stuff, materialism is not really a thing that we even
right,
indulge in.
right.
But now, oh shit, like even like for instance, in December when everyone goes back home, all the time my friends and all that, they're like, yo, we be balling, we be dropping all this money, we be doing all this. And I look at it, I'm like, yo, when you really deep it,
Yo, Poor City, mute yourself real quick.
Oh my bad, my bad.
yeah, but when you really deep it, the average when you look at like your country people, like the people living in Ghana or all these other countries where people go back home and they be living lifestyle, they be balling and all that. The majority of the people there, they don't make good money. And it's like you coming over there, you making it rain and all that stuff on the
Sir?
people there. And it's like and they be doing crazy. Like boys be going back spending 20 bags, 10,000, going to the strip clubs and all that. And it's like there's nothing wrong with that, but it promotes that, that it promotes that lifestyle over there. So then
I'm
everyone
not
now
gonna
is trying
lie
to
though,
do
bro.
it.
I agree with you, but there's one exception. Is I
Mhm.
will say this: I have seen all of the stuff you talking about in Nigeria without the influence of like Western culture. Like I'm not gonna lie, bro. From what I seen
But
from
even
that,
in Nigeria, it is Western culture because they have a culture of
from what I'm
doing that.
seeing from Igbos,
Yeah,
like they've been doing this stuff for centuries, bro. And
yeah,
I
they
ain't
got a
nothing because
culture.
I have
Yeah,
Igbo friends, man, and them dudes, a lot of Igbo guys that I know are like real good with business. You know what I mean? But as far as like throwing money and like making it rain and stuff, like they've been doing this. I don't know, man. It like between like Black American culture and Igbo culture, I'm like, what came first, the chicken or the egg at this point? Because they even like take it to another level, man. Like for real, it's crazy.
No, I will say that because I remember like when you go to certain places, you do see a difference. Like whenever there's Nigerians, they be going crazy because while when you go to other places, people, they have a good time. But with them, they want it to be known like, hey, we have arrived, we here, we popping bottles, we showing off. I will say, out of everyone, they do it the most. Even my friends would tell you, like, I remember I used to live in Dallas, and my boy was telling me, he was like, yo, the guys, like, he knows they be going to Houston and whatnot, spending 10, 15,000 in the club. So, yeah, I agree with you on that. I don't know where that comes from them, but everyone else, I don't really, from my experience, I don't really see that type of culture in everybody else, though.
Right, right. I agree. I agree. And yeah, man. So that's the thing, bro. Like at the end of the day, um,
But
no woman
I will
is
say, I
perfect.
definitely agree with you, though, when it comes to, like, going back, because even me, like, when I look at them, like, when it's time to have kids and whatnot, I would not raise kids in America. Like, I
Oh no, no,
refuse.
definitely not.
Yeah,
Definitely not.
you setting yourself up for failure.
What I was gonna say at the end of the day, um, no matter how bad the women get overseas, man, at the end of the day, you're most likely gonna get a better deal than you would in the US or UK. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um,
I agree with that.
cause it's just it's just crazy, man. Like in the US, I remember when I was living in Atlanta, like they used
Oh
to
shit.
have so many news uh so much news about like guys getting set up to be robbed or killed. You know what I mean? Dealing with certain chicks. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, hell, even in Ghana, bro, in Ghana, like there's still women that are like virgins in their 20s and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And it's like, you know, like you can, like in a lot of these African countries, especially with the Muslims, like a lot of Muslims do this.
Yo,
And
they don't play that shit at
like
all.
now I say a lot of Muslims, like if they marry a virgin chick, they'll get the chick check out at the doctor to make sure that she's never had um
No
like
body or
vaginal
anything.
sex before they get
Yeah.
married. So like, I mean, to find that in the U.S. would be like finding a needle in a haystack. You know what I mean? So it's a better deal at the end of the day. It is what it is, and it all depends on what you like. Cause look, there's some American guys that like women that have a body count of 100. You know what I mean,
You know what's crazy? You say that until they start to live with them, and then they realize what all that
bro? I'm
comes with.
telling you, I have friends that's
Huh?
like I have one of my friends that's like he's been married before, and like he only want to mess with thoughts. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Like he
okay.
has a son. He don't want to get married. I mean he a wild guy in himself, but like he only want to mess with like chicks that have been with a lot of different men. I mean I don't know. That's just his thing, man. Um. So, but I know other guys in the U.S. that's like they don't want a virgin. You know what I mean? And so the thing is you know, the beauty of Africa is there's some for everybody. If you want a virgin, if you want a chick that's only been with a few guys, if you want a chick that's been with a bunch of guys, I mean, you could find whatever you're looking for, basically. So,
That's a fact.
you
Ain't
know what I
lying about
mean?
that.
Like that's one of the reasons. Like like a lot of guys say that they feel like women in Ethiopia and Ghana are too conservative for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so Kenya and South Africa and Nigeria may be a better place for them to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that. But I will say, with Ghanaian chicks though, they be putting it on the front, like a lot, like they be putting it on the front because when they do that, because they like when it comes down to it, our culture is very judgmental, so they don't want to get shunned. So then they'll put on the front to make it seem like, oh, I'm not like that, I'm this and that. But when you start to peel the layers back, you realize, you kind of like you act like you this angel, but you got a little sexy red in you. You know what I'm saying? So you do get that a lot with, I'll say, with Ghanaian women. I've seen that.
Right. Yeah, I don't disagree with that because I mean I think there's different classes of women too. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Because I've seen some Ghanaian women that are like young single mothers and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Um, but I think overall Ghana the women are a little bit are more on the conservative end, like
Oh
not
yeah,
just
yeah,
in
that's true though.
how many partners they may have if they have partners, but even like Ghanaian women, they might not do certain stuff in the bed, whereas like a South African woman or a Nigerian woman or a Kenyan woman, they might be kind of more down for whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So, just little stuff like that. But I mean, you always have a variety in every country. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a
It's
fact.
just that, like, cause it's some women in Ghana that I remember, bro. The first woman that I met from Ghana online was a tatted up Ghanaian chick, and her screen name was like Lil Louisiana or something like that, like playing off of Lil Wayne name. You know what I mean?
And now back home, they like Lil Wayne a lot.
Like
They
that
even
was
got they got
that
a
was
chick that I think.
crazy, dude. Like
Yeah,
this, and I don't. And when I lived in Ghana, I had barely seen any women with tattoos. So what I'm saying is like that first chick that I saw, if I would have went off of that, then I would have never went to Ghana because she's like the opposite of the type of chick that I would deal with.
that's
But when I went to Ghana, I literally like I can count on probably one hand on the amount of chicks that I seen with like visible tattoos. And even the chicks that had tattoos, most of them weren't even from Ghana. It was like Nigerian or Ivory Coast or something like that. So that's why I say Ghana is more conservative because the women usually have lower body counts. They don't have tattoos. They usually don't drink. Um, it's just a lot of stuff that's like from dating in America that's like foreign to me. You know what I mean? Like especially like the no drinking stuff. Like man, I don't think I've ever dated a chick in America that didn't drink alcohol.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to Ghana, right? Like meeting girls on apps or like clubs, they would be on like the one side of the spectrum, right? Like if you're looking like the woman you're describing, you gotta really meet them in person, right? Like, because from my experience, any girl on these apps or in clubs, man, they're with the hookup culture, whatever, majority of the time, right?
Yeah, that's a fact, man. I even tell GMT like if you want to find the best women in Ghana, you have to like meet them through like a friend group, or you have to meet them on the street. But usually women that go out to the nightclubs or you meet on a dating app, they're usually a lot more westernized.
Yeah, bro. Like all the marriages and relationships that succeed are, maybe introduced by your family or friends or whatnot because they know their people. So, there's kind of she has a lot at stake. But and literally that's literally how
Oh,
most
I,
people
I'm
in Ghana meet. Like my parents
I,
met
I
that
wanted to say
way,
another
my
thing too.
grandparents met that way.
I wanted to say another thing too is that usually uh the more conservative chicks are gonna live with their family. Whereas typically, like if you meet a chick a lot of times and she has her own apartment, she's gonna be more westernized or more liberal because like you said, like when the chicks the closer they are to their family, the more opportunity they have for like shaming and stuff like that from their family. You know what I mean? So like if they have a child out of wedlock, it's gonna be a bad look. You know what I mean? The only
Right.
the only downside is some of these women I met in Ghana was like um they may have grown up with both parents, but a lot not a lot of them, but some I've met where it's like their parents live in the UK or something like that. You know what I mean? So it's like their family really can't hold them as accountable because they live in another country. You know what I mean?
Right. And you know what you'll see a lot too, since Accra is a capital, you'll see people or women from all across Ghana come into Accra for opportunity, better life, right? So they're literally by
Hmm.
themselves or with their friends, and that's a red flag for me too.
Yep, I agree with that. So I think that the best, most marriageable women in Ghana is like if you could find a chick that has a close relationship with her family and her family are like nearby, you know what I mean? She's gonna usually um be a lot more conservative. Whereas like a lot of chicks like they if they have their own apartment, own place, or their family live far away, they gonna be kind of doing. they gonna be kind of be more westernized and be down for like hooking up and stuff like that. But the reason why I say it was kind of another reason why I say Ghana is more conservative because like everybody, almost every guy that I know from the states that went to Ghana, they were not able to hook up with any local Ghanaian chicks like that. Like most of them,
Are you
probably got with
serious?
like a yeah. Most of them got with like a Nigerian chick or like a
No,
Liberian chick. I mean,
really?
I don't know why, but it's like three or four different guys where it's like, yeah, man, I just had to go and get with this Nigerian chick over here or whatever for whatever
That
reason. I
sounds
don't
like
know.
cap, bro. Like you could download Bumble or Tinder, and there's
Yo,
like hookup culture is
I'm
pretty
dead
rampant
serious,
there,
bro.
bro. Like hookup
I'm,
culture is
I'm
pretty
Yeah,
rampant.
I'm gonna have to say the same thing because on some real, some of my cousins, man, they be running through them.
Yeah, bro. Like you literally, it's like let's go meet for ice cream. After ice cream, it's a wrap. Like come back to my place. Like hookup culture is rampant in that crowd, bro. Like I'm kind of skeptical at what these
Yeah,
guys are
I
saying.
would say
It's
honestly, all
rampant.
these the major cities, you're gonna see a lot of that. Outside of the
Yeah,
major cities, probably not so much, but definitely in the major cities, you will see it.
yeah, for
Now
sure.
I
Like
didn't
they
know
were
hookup
down to
culture
meet.
was
They were
rapper.
down to meet for
Because what
sure.
I seen was like I mean I didn't really have no problem with that, but a lot of chicks that I seen were more so looking for like sex within relationships. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I will
Like
say that. I will. They are typically one thing I noticed from a lot of Ghanaians. They if they're gonna do that, a lot of them would prefer a relationship though.
now
That is
now I
true.
will say this, like I said earlier, the Gen Z chicks. So
Oh yeah, they a
that's
different
the
breed.
chicks that's like I want to say 24 and under are definitely a lot more westernized than the millennial chicks in Ghana. Like even the way, and it's the guys too, but you could just tell, like if you like if I'm in the street, I can tell a Ghanaian that's Gen Z just how the way they dress because they dressing like Black Americans a lot of times, whereas a lot of millennial guys, like I might see a millennial Ghanaian guy, he may have on like the African suits. You know what I mean? Like the I don't know what they call, but they like the same suit that Black Panther used to wear in the
Oh, they the
Black
up
Panther
and
movie.
down. Yeah, the up and
Like
down.
like it looked like a business suit, but it's African style, like
Yeah, some
that
of them
joint.
call it like a up and down. Like it's like the
Oh, okay.
little designs and stuff like that.
So I see more of that. But I learned a lot about Ghanaian women from Ghanaian men. That's what I always tell people. When you go to different countries, talk to the local men because they're gonna tell you the truth about their women. Like no sugarcoating. You know what I mean? Because I remember I was talking to this one brother from Kumasi, one of my neighbors. He was like, um, I was like, so where I'm supposed to find the good girls in Ghana? He was like, I was like, church. He was like, bro, if you go to Kumasi and you go to church and then you go to the club that night, you're gonna see the same chicks you saw in church early that morning at the club in Kumasi. So it's like the local guys. Like
Yeah,
I
bro.
think that
Yeah,
a
they
lot of
gonna know.
I think a lot of Western guys they come with like rose colored glasses where they think everything. Oh my God, these women are such beautiful, feminine angels, and
But
it's like the local guys be
they
like,
gonna play on it because like you said, they trying to get up out of there. So they like, oh, if this what you want, I can do it. And especially nowadays, like everyone got internet, so they all looking and seeing like the complaints and all that. They're like, oh, when I meet one, I'm gonna make sure I'm not like that, so he can give me money or he could do this. So they really playing a lot of people.
right,
Yeah, bro. And like you're a bit naive to think like, oh, you came from this far distance, like you're the only one she's really fucking with. If you're lucky, yeah, but like come on, bro. She got a phone, she can swipe right, she go a day with you, come back, kick back, go a day with whatever. So what I mean, you gotta be realistic, man. They have access to the internet and what do they have? What value you have to give? Okay,
And
cooking, whatever, blah blah blah.
like
But
with and even with now, I don't know if y'all know like just like look at Pop the Balloon, how that's big over here. If you
oh yeah,
look,
I was just about to say
all
that, yeah,
all these countries, Ghana, Rwanda, South Africa, they all like the Gen Z, they're all doing it. And I realized I'm like, yo, there's no difference now. Everywhere in the world is catching up because they all do the same thing. You see the girls popping. I remember I was watching one this morning and it was in South Africa. And it was based off this one South African YouTuber. They came out, they all popped their balloons, and I was like, damn. And then the first thing the girl was like, the girl she kept the balloon, and she asked, "Do you got a car?" And the guy was like, "No." She popped it. I was like, "Oh shit, that's South Africa." But I know South Africa's more. westernized. But you see the same thing. Like they did one in Kigali, they doing one in Accra, and it's the
Well, they
same
got one
thing.
in Ghana. He's pretty famous. Campus
Yeah,
by
yeah,
Shark
Shark
yeah.
Boy.
Boy.
Campus Shark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I seen that.
You want to
I
learn
ain't
about
gonna lie,
Ghanaian women?
man. Shout out to Shark Boy
Go
because
watch that if you want to learn about Ghanaian women, bro. If you think this shit's a
but
game.
that's what I'm saying. So all of the women that he interviewed are all Gen Z because he only interviewed college students. So that's what I'm saying about the difference between Gen Z and like other generation
Well,
of
like, how old are
Ghanaian
you?
women. Well, I'm in my
I'm
30s.
late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah, I'm in my 30s.
You're in your 30s. Okay.
But I mainly date like I mainly date like let's say 27 and under. You know what I mean?
I get you. All I'm saying, man, is like, unless you're really, really sure and you know her family, like, just assume she's fucking when you're not there, like, because they're fucking. Like, excuse my language, but that's what it is.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I do not disagree. So, but at this point, I think that's probably I don't know, man. It just going thinking that that's probably the situation in every country you go to. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, So, but I don't think it's like I said. I think that all of these other countries offer a better deal. And for me, man, this is my first time leaving Ghana since 2022. So, like for me, I was always like, with my girlfriends, you know, a lot of times we'll be in the same house, you know what I mean? So, um,
So where you at now?
between Colombia and Houston.
Gotcha.
So I'm gonna be living in Colombia, Kenya, and Malaysia, and I'm gonna kind of do 4 months, let's say 3 to 4 months in every country, and the other 3 to 4 months will be for like travel. So
So have you been to Kenya yet?
no, I haven't been to Kenya or Malaysia. This will be my first time, but I have been to Colombia, and I love Colombia, man. Just off of look, I know a lot of Colombian chicks are not like super super traditional. Like they definitely. I think Latin America they probably really getting it in out there more than probably anywhere, man. Like they really getting it in out there, and like the women out there, um, their skill set in terms of that is like it's definitely top three, man. I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. Like they're. Has anybody else been to Colombia besides me and GMT?
Yeah, I've been to Cartagena. It's funny. I went at the time when I had a girl. I went with her, and damn, that I was thinking like it's regular. And when I went through, I was like, damn, yo, it's mad chicks working on the stroll. Like, this is one street in Cartagena that is just full of them. I'm like, what the hell is this? 'Cause I was green. I ain't know. I was just thinking like, oh, I'm going to Colombia. I'm gonna see Palenque, all these other places. But yeah, they out there heavy.
Yeah, but that's all I'm saying. Like so, like like Colombia
A lot of
and
them
Latin
they said was
America in general.
Venezuelan though.
You say that again?
They said a lot of those chicks was Venezuelan though. They
Oh
said,
yeah, that's what I noticed about different countries. Like in
yeah,
Ghana, most of the pros you see are Nigerian or from other
mm,
countries, and in Colombia, it's like a lot of the pros you see in Colombia are Venezuelan. A lot of times, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. It's just I don't know, but I've never been to Cartagena. I've been to Medellin and Bogota, and hopefully this year and next year I'll get to Cartagena, Barranquilla, and uh, Cali, Colombia. So, but I don't want to switch it off of Africa. But I was just saying, like, if you can deal with how much Latin American chicks get it in, where it's like even in Colombia they have a term for like where women use when they say they're gonna cheat on their boyfriend like preemptively because they think he gonna cheat on them. So they have a thing like that where they'll cheat on their boyfriend first because they think he gonna cheat on him to like kind of preemptively get back at them type thing. So it's if it's like that in like Colombia, like I'm not really tripping over like a lot of these African countries. You know what I mean? Um, at the end of the day, like if a Ghanaian chick is gonna cheat, at least she gonna make sure that she cook for you every day and take care of everything else. You know what I mean? And I'm not condoning cheating. Like if I found out a chick was cheating on me, I mean it's over, point blank, period. You know what I mean? Like she's definitely gonna get the boot. But like it is what it is.
The thing with Colombia, man, it's like you go there, you gotta be on guard. So it's like, man, when I'm on vacation or enjoying myself, I don't really want to have that kind of type of tension. So that's kind of why I've been reluctant to go
Yeah,
outside African continent. But
yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Yeah, it's not like I never had no problems when I went out there, but you're definitely right about that. Like that's one reason why I like Ghana is that Ghana is super safe. Like one of the things that shocked me when I was in Ghana was seeing people come out the bank and counting their money like just out in the open. Like we don't do that in the US, man. Like you'll get somebody to knock you upside your head and take your money. But to see that in Ghana was like a culture shock to me. Like people just have like 5,000 CDs, 10,000 CDs, and just be counting it like on the street in a high traffic area. You know what I'm saying? That
you've
that was
been
a culture
lynched for
shock.
stealing and shit, right? Like that's kind of the culture there. Like if you're stealing, you could get lynched, right?
Yeah, yeah. Or wrapped in a tire and set on fire.
Yeah, bro. They don't really play with that whole like thief shit, right? So at least in Ghana, man, I felt kind of like safe, bro. Like I didn't really have that tension, or if I was meeting a girl, I didn't have to like hide my, you know what I mean? Like, I don't
Bro,
think as bad as it seems on the internet, but like I think like brothers kind of have a target on their back depending on where you go in Colombia, right? And if you don't, I think it's even worse if you don't speak Spanish. Like if you speak Spanish, at least you can kind of embed yourself in the culture. But like if you're just a straight up gringo, it's like just kind of move kind of smart, you know?
yeah, I speak a little Spanish. I've been working on it and getting better like for the last 3 months. So, um, I speak a little Spanish, but I'm trying to get fluent. But like I don't even think it's necessarily brothers are targeted. I mean, I like in Colombia, I feel like they just target everybody because
I'm gonna
like
keep it real though.
like
Like,
all of the people that I know of that got drugged and robbed in Colombia have all been like Caucasian guys, like from the U.S. or from somewhere in Europe. Um, from what I've seen, like in different groups I was a part in, like all the guys I know that got like robbed and stuff like that and drugged, they all been like Caucasian guys.
I'm gonna keep it
Yeah,
real.
I'd rather
I
go to
felt safe
Brazil
out
than
there.
Colombia.
When I went, I felt safe. I ain't felt no problems when I was out there in
But
Colombia.
when did you go?
Well,
Shit changed like
Cartagena
that.
is a lot more. I think Cartagena is a lot more tourist friendly than like
Oh, okay.
the other cities
Yeah.
because
Oh,
it's
okay.
a big tourist spot.
Oh, okay. That makes sense then. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, you went to Cartagena. Like I say right now, Medellin is the city where it's having the most like guys getting drugged or they getting drugged and overdosing and stuff like that. Medellin right now is number one for that. But man, I just love Colombia, man. But I feel like I don't really necessarily like going into hood environments, but like I like the vibe of the people so much, and like the women are so attractive. It's like I'm like okay, I'll kind of deal with it. You know what I mean? Like even like some people say Brazil is a little bit better, man, but the same stuff happened in Brazil is just not as publicized in Brazil. And like Brazil, you don't have as much of a influx of passport bros going to Brazil because it's a longer flight. You know what I mean? And it's a more expensive flight. Like you could go to Colombia for like two, three, $400 round trip, depending on where you live in the U.S. But uh, going to Brazil is probably going to be probably double or a little less than double that. You know what I mean? Cause they just had a Jamaican American guy that got drugged in Rio, and he overdosed and died. Like they overdosed him.
The thing is with Colombia, I think there's something more sinister going on. Like I don't really know, but um, I don't know. I think the cartel got some of these girls kind of targeting some of these people, not necessarily brothers, but just any type of gringo. So
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not saying
definitely.
like it's a bad thing. You could, go and have fun and enjoy it. I just say you gotta kind of really be alert at all times, man, or you might lose your shirt.
But I'll say this. Like yo, it's a this place used to be ran by a cartel. So like I know where I'm from, man. Okay, so this is a situation like I think it's smarter if guys are gonna pay for play. Like I don't know any guys that pay for play and they go to a brothel and they have any troubles with the women there. And I think the biggest issue is that guys are going for like what I call renegade pros, meaning like a lot of these chicks work for the cartel. So like for example, if you go to a brothel or a strip club and these people have a reputation, they want more people to come back to the establishment. So you're 9 times out of 10, you're not gonna have these women trying to drug you to rob you. Whereas if you go and deal with a chick off a Tinder, you know what I mean? It's a different story. You know what I mean? Because they don't. All they think about is getting as much money as possible, and they'll
Right.
never see this guy again. But the establishments are about getting repeat business. You know what I mean?
Right. See, that's why I like Mexico, like Tulum, Cancun, because in Colombia, like you said, I think the criminal element is like decentralized. So like there's really no structure. In Mexico, it's like everything, like even the resorts are like they're ultimately cartel owned. They know don't fuck with any tourists, don't do nothing to fucking tourists because that's fucking up our money. And like I've been to Tulum several times. I've been to Cancun. Like there's
I
really
like
no
Guadalajara.
tension. Like it sounds like Colombia. I gotta be looking over my show. Like I was in Mexico just enjoying myself. No kind of problems because they kind of know what's up. But it seemed I don't know. It just seems like a lot of people dying in Colombia, and it just seems like the girls are just what I mean, like just doing the most.
And look, man, it's not. I mean, it's not as bad as people make it out. Like, think about this. Out of all the thousands of people that go to Colombia, they may have like it's well less than 100 tourists that get killed in Colombia a year. You know what I'm saying? Like out of thousands of people, and you might have like 32 or 40 that get drugged or whatever. You know what I mean? And is mostly like 90% of it is or 80% of it is happening in one city, which is Medellin. You know what I mean? Outside of Medellin, you got Bogota, you got Cali, you got Barranquilla, you got Cartagena, you got Santa Marta. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's the thing. And it's not like they're intentionally killing people. It's like they're trying to like put them to sleep so they can rob them basically. And what's happening is like it's a lot of older guys. Maybe they get drugged and they have a bad heart or something like that already, and it causes them to go into cardiac arrest or something like that. So yeah, but I digress. I don't want to take it away from Africa. I gotta get off. So I'm gonna just say that Ghana is my number one country in West Africa. I think Ghana and Ivory Coast are top two. Ghana and Ivory Coast, they have the best bodies. I will. I have some uh women from Ghana and Ivory Coast that I would legitimately put in a contest to go against South African women in terms of body, like straight up. Like I feel like they could compete head to head with South African women, and I feel like South African women, as far as body, are definitely top two in Africa. Um, and I just think that those two countries economically, and you deal with a lot less BS than you would in like a Nigeria, or let's say even countries that we don't really talk about like Burkina Faso, Togo, Mali, Niger, that are less developed countries. You're gonna deal with corruption, but it's like in these countries the corruption is polite. You're not gonna get strong arm like in some other countries in Africa. You know what I mean? And the women are great. I think the women are great. No country's perfect, but at the end of the day, the biggest thing about Ghana that puts it over the top for me is that the Ghanaian people in the government are actually openly um like welcoming and doing things to welcome like Black Americans to Ghana. You know what I mean? Like they're the keep this in mind. They're the first country in Africa to actively do initiatives for Black Americans and Africans in the diaspora to come and visit the country, invest in the country, to offer permanent residency is number one. So if you stay in Ghana for a couple amount of years as a Black American or African in the diaspora, you can get permanent residency. So that means that you wouldn't have to pay for a residence permit every year. You wouldn't have to get a visa every year or renew your visa whenever you have to renew your visa, and you can live there permanently without having to go through the normal paperwork that a foreigner does. And so there's some African countries that are trying to follow behind that, but Ghana was the first at the end of the day. So with that, it was good talking to you, brothers. I have to go. I didn't mean to be here for almost 5 hours, but hey, I appreciate y'all, brothers. Peace.
Take it easy. Appreciate you. I'm out too. Yeah. Ghana, man. Ghana to the world, man. Check it out.
You off the mic. Oh yeah, man, Jay, man, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell everybody where you from, where they can reach you at. We're gonna close it out. Can you hear me, Jay? Your mic, mute your mic. Your mic on mute, Jay. Hold on, hey, hold on. There you go, Jay. You unmuted? Hold on.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up?
Oh, what's good? What's
Yeah,
good? Nah,
we
my
finna close
fault.
it out. So tell everybody how they can reach you, where you from, what you stand for, and close it out. What you think? It's all on you, bro. It's your time to shine.
Okay, cool. Nah, pretty much like I don't got like no platform or anything. I just got YouTube to just be looking at stuff, but I like what you guys are doing. Definitely want to just continue to be tapped in, seeing what's going on out here in the Philly area. And for the most part, like yeah, just what you're doing, just big up yourself. Like you really got a lot of motion going. I'm looking forward to seeing what else you guys got going on, and definitely looking forward to being more conversations.
Yeah, man, appreciate it, bro. I'm just trying to bring everybody together, bro. You know, when I did South Africa video, it was all Nigerians and South African dudes. When I did the
Yeah,
Kenya
yeah,
video, it was Kenyan. Like everywhere I go, it was British dudes. It was like, you know what I'm saying. So I feel like I'm just a midpoint that everybody can just have the conversation with each other. And probably like the next week and a half, I'm gonna go back to America, and I'm gonna change the channel a little bit towards my job, being a merchant seaman and stuff.
okay.
You
Looking
know what I'm
forward to
saying?
that
So
too.
yeah, man, I'm just trying to bring everybody together, man. Like on some real, not like that, like that fake stuff. Like we all come kick it, talk with each other, and just I
Yeah.
just try to keep it cordial. I don't be trying to tell nobody what to think or nothing. Just be respectful and just say what you think. You know what I'm saying? And bring everybody together. That's all I do.
No, definitely, I like that. You open my eyes up too, because your reviews is on point because it gives you an opportunity to know, okay, I ain't gonna waste my time in this place. I'm gonna go over here and see what's going on. So definitely looking forward to that and having more conversations. So big up yourself.
Hey, yeah, bless man. Yeah, cause like even like in Africa, bro, I got homeboys, and we talk all the time,
Mhm.
and we love different countries. Like I love Kenya. My
Kenya's a
homeboy,
vibe because
Tony.
I
Yeah,
went
yeah.
to
I
school
love
with
I
some
love that
Kenyan
road.
people.
But my homeboy Tony, he loved Tanzania.
Yeah.
Shit, my other homeboy loves South Africa. My other homeboy loved Ghana. Just loved Ghana. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
all know each other. You know what I'm saying? So like we saw it. You know what I'm saying? So I
And
be wanting to bring
you ain't
us.
lying about that Tanzania because because sometimes I'll be at my parents' like market. There was this one John. She came in. She was half Ugandan, half Tanzanian, and we was just talking. And boy, she was turbo thick. Like
Yeah,
damn, I was like,
I
yo.
can't
She
hear
was like,
you. You
you
broke
can
up.
hear
Yeah,
me? You can hear
yeah. I
me?
can hear you now. Yeah.
Nah, and
Yeah.
she was half Ugandan, half Tanzanian, and boy, thicker than a Snicker. I was like, okay. I was like,
No, no, no,
okay.
no.
She
In
was cool
Africa, bro,
though.
the thickest chicks, bro. I think, bro, in South Africa, Tanzania, and like the whole West Africa, they got like a certain standard of thick that's just like they strong number three no matter what.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
South
That's
Africa
fine.
be number one, and
Yeah, I
in
definitely
South
need to
in
check out
Tanzania number
South
two. But
Africa.
Nairobi, you can find anything. That's the thing with Nairobi. That's why I love Kenya, bro. It's like anything, you can find anything here, bro. It's like all in one. You just
Yeah.
gotta you ain't gonna find it right away, but you can find anything in Kenya. But like thickness is South Africa, Tanzania, and West Africa as a group, as a collective.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely. Because for me, like 6 years from now, because I'm 27, I was like, by the time I'm like 33, 34, I really want to go back. So I just get myself established here, get myself ready to go over there, start doing business and whatnot, and just relocating there. But for the real, I like Rwanda. The reason why though is because I just like cleanliness. I don't like, when I look at the place, I'm like, yo, it's nice, clean, stable. It might not be as fun, but I could use that as like this is base, and then you can fly out to anywhere else.
It's cool. It's a vibe. I just came from one. It's a vibe.
Yeah,
It's
that's
cool.
why
It's
I saw your
peaceful.
video.
If you like that,
Yeah.
it's cool. Peaceful. For me personally, even if I like a Rwanda chick, I rather be on the outskirts of Nairobi and come in town to play. You go to the
Hmm.
outskirts of Nairobi, you can still chill out. But like, yeah, I feel Rwanda is peaceful and safe, bro. It is peaceful and safe, but ain't
Yeah, and
nothing
I like
going
the
on.
cleanliness. Yeah, that's the thing. I saw, okay, ain't nothing going on, but I like it. I'm really clean. Like, I don't like you walking out, gutters is dirty, the people and stuff like that might not be as clean, but I'm looking at Rwanda. I'm like, yo, it's there to me kind of looks like over here. So I'm like, I could deal with that. But then
You like
again,
South Africa too, then? You like South Africa too?
only thing was that is too, I don't like, I'm not trying to leave America and then go back to America 2.0, if you feel me.
There you go, there. You want peaceful? Yeah, but you're right though. If you live in Rwanda, you can fly to Kenya, you can fly to Uganda, you can fly everywhere else too. But yeah, man, that's
Yeah,
what's up,
so
man. One love, man. Just tell everybody where they can reach you at, what you want, what you got going on. You got Instagram, what you got going on. Like tell everybody what's up with you.
nah, for right now, actually, I don't got nothing really. I just got my YouTube. I don't post anything because I'm just focused on more so getting myself established offline, and then once I get myself where I want to, then I'll go back online. So right now it's just chill. I just literally my YouTube channel. That's it. But I don't even have no videos or nothing like that.
Oh, that's cool, man. Stay
Yeah,
blessed,
because
bro. We
I ain't
gonna.
trying to be distracted out here. You get on them
I,
apps and stuff. You be distracted, wasting time. You know what I'm saying?
I feel because the only time I really YouTube is when I be on vacation, really, and like it was this year. Like I did 4 months last year, about 3 months this year, and I got monetized. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even do it on vacation. When I'm at work, I kind of slow down. But this year, I'll be back in the US in like a week and a half. But I'm gonna probably
Okay.
transition to this. I'm gonna transition my channel to just focusing on being a merchant seaman, and I'm gonna still do lives and stuff about Africa. But I'm gonna just do my merchant seaman stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's gonna be good for you because it's definitely gonna be a second stream of income. So you can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, man. So yes. Oh, somebody. Oh, Port City coming back.
Oh,
What's
okay,
up,
okay.
Playboy? You back? Come back on purpose.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
hear
we can
you.
hear you.
Yeah. I just came back to say to anybody in your audience, like, definitely take a look at Africa. It's a big continent. It's just like someone from abroad looking at North America. There's Canada, America, Mexico. Like, there's a diverse range of options, and there's even more options in Africa. But I look at it this way from like an economist point of view because that's kind of my field of work. Like, we're in a recession technically, or near a recession in America. Like, times are hard, inflation's hard, and inflation's high. There's a liquidity crisis. Liquidity is money circulating around, money to be spent. But if you really like GMT, you made the initiative, you bought a condo or whatever, whatever. No, not Jay. Anyway, I think he left, but the other guy, he says he has some investment in Africa. But if you really beat the crowd to the investment, people are going to be running to Africa at some point. There's going to be liquidity where like it's just going to make way more sense to invest in Africa because Africa is building right now. It's like Africa is like America in like the 1950s after the war. Like
It's coming.
stuff's
It's
going to
definitely
ramp
coming.
up,
Yep.
infrastructure is being built, right? So that's where like so many like millionaires were minted. Like you could be a terrible business person and come out a millionaire instead of a instead of a billionaire. Long story short is there's so much liquidity. The one thing that, and it's kind of tough to say, man, but I went to Ghana with an open mind. I was kind of naive. Thought it'd be a lot more conservative than it actually is, but I understand, okay, it's open for business. And the one thing I saw is there's other people, like I have a connection to Ghana because my family's from there, and that was my first time going there. So I had like a personal connection. But I saw people from different backgrounds, Chinese, European, whatever, coming there
Lebanese, a
for
lot of
the
them too.
Lebanese, whatever, coming there, no connection like me, but they're coming there because they see the opportunity. They want to be here because they know at one point, man, the liquidities, they're going to turn the printer on, and you know what I mean? Like, people are going to, like, you know what I mean? Like, they're going to turn the printer on, and the money has to go somewhere. It's going to stay in the US, some's going to go abroad. So we're in a really tough time. Even when I was in Ghana, it's really tough right now. Like, inflation's really high, right? Like, prices for bags of flour are changing every month. But that's not going to be the reality forever, right? This is the toughest time in Ghana, from boots on the ground. Toughest time in Ghana in like 10, 15 years, right? So, like, if you invest now, it's like, not even in Ghana, but if you just look at Africa as an option, I think people are going to really, really thank themselves. Right?
You're definitely right, man. We go ahead and close out, man. Right now, give your 1 minute. Everybody else, we're gonna close out.
Anyways, I'm
Hello.
going to go shout out GMT, bro. I respect you for putting like Africa out there because, like, man, that's a lot better than Tariq Nasheed and all these other people. Kind of like, what are they really doing? Like, the ultimate solution is get your ass to Africa, and you can't really use racism as a scapegoat anymore, right? Like, you can really be around your own people, and maybe you want to do 6 months there, 6 months. Like, you don't have to give up your American citizenship, but I think, like, if all Black Americans at least checked it out, you know what I mean? I don't know. The sky's the
I
limit.
feel you, man. I understand. I feel you, bro. And that's what I try to do because, like, I'm deep in. I've been deep in travel. But I've been going to the cool places too, the Asias, the Latin Americas. But when I said Africa, they would like always laugh, like, Africa. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of like me. I'm like I'm a hipster. So you tell me I can't do something, I'm gonna do it more. So they kind of like they egg me on. I'm like, well, what you mean? I'm gonna show y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I made myself try to be a pioneer, but I feel like the tide is turning now, even in the travel world, bro. Like, they rock with Kenya now, like Africa now,
Yeah,
like they own it,
bro, I really
like
fuck with it, and I
internally.
think you put Austin on, bro. I think you kind of the OG. You know what I mean? Like, he might be getting the views, but you know what I mean. You kind of the OG. Like, he gotta pop in one of these lives and be like, yo, like, you gotta kind of give it up, like, yo, respect the GMT for putting me on game, because I think you did put him on game, man, because you've been posting for a while.
Yeah. But I mean, he's young. He probably won't do that right no time soon. But I was posting the broads, and it was like Facebook group probably like a year and a half before we even came to Kenya. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so I already know, bro. But like for me, I don't need like that big applause. I just want my purpose. I'm like, it ain't about me. It's about getting y'all and trying to get the person that comes here and do it big and open a big club and get rich off real estate. That's what I'm in it for. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in it for me. I want to put the bug in the next person in the air that come out here and do it real big.
Exactly, respect, bro.
All right, man. We're about to close it out, man. All right, one love. I'll talk to you later.
Peace.
Peace. All right, Jay, you want to close out?
Yeah. What's it called? Nah, just thanks for everything you got going on. Looking forward to more, and talk to y'all next time. Peace.
All right, man. Appreciate it. One love. Bless. All right, everybody. End of the night. We about to close. This is the longest stream I ever did in my career. 4.5 hours. One love. Hey, the Black Channel. We love everybody. We love South Africa. We love Kenya. We love Tanzania. We love we kind of love North Africa a little bit. We love Nigeria. We love Ghana. We love Ivory Coast. My black British people. I don't say the black British people, Black America. Even though we be beefing, one love. So we out, man. Hope you had a real good show, real good night. Hopefully y'all enjoyed. And holler at me next time. Probably Monday or Tuesday. We're gonna take a few days off. Love y'all. Be cool. Holla, 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 holla.